The feminist. If you ask him where he went to high school, he likes to boast that actually he went to an all-girls school, which is sort of true. He was one of 5 males at a progressive private school that had gone co-ed just before he'd enrolled. People always reply, "Ooh la la, lucky guy, you must have had your pick," which irritates him because it implies that women would only date him if they had few other options, and also because he hadn't dated anyone in high school. In junior year, a freshman girl had a crush on him, but he wasn't attracted to her curvaceous body type, so he felt justified in rejecting her, as he'd been rejected many times himself. Still, the school ingrained in him, if not feminist values per se, the value of feminist values. It had been cool, or at least normal, to identify as asexual, and though he didn't, he figured it was a better label than virgin. His friends, mostly female, told him he was refreshingly attentive and trustworthy for a boy. Meanwhile, he was grateful to learn that female is best used as an adjective, that sexism harms men too, though obviously nowhere near the extent it harms women, and that certain men pretend to be feminists just to get laid. When he graduated, he felt slightly sheepish about never having even kissed anyone. Knew, though, that real dating started in college, where nobody would be aware of his track record. But in college, he encounters the alien system of codes and manners that govern flirting, conveyed in subtextual cues perceptible to him than ultraviolet radiation. Learning in high school about body positivity and gender norms and the cultural construction of beauty had led him to believe that adults aren't obsessed with looks. This turns out to be untrue, even among his new female friends who complain about how shallow men are. Now that he's self-conscious, he realizes he can't compete along conventional standards of height, weight, grip strength. How can he hope to attract anyone with his narrow shoulders? The women he tries to date offer him instead. Though, once again, most of his friends are women. This is fine. It's their prerogative, and anyway, relationships begin platonically, especially for guys with narrow shoulders. But soon, a pattern emerges. The first time, as he is leaving his friend's dorm room, he surprises himself by saying, "Hey, this might be super random, and she can totally say no, but he's attracted to her. So did she want to go on a date sometime?" In a casual and normal voice. And she says, "Oh," and filibusters. She had no idea he felt that way. And she doesn't want to risk spoiling the good thing they have by making it a thing. He thinks it'll be best if they just stay. And he rushes to assure her that it's valid. No, totally valid. He knows friendship isn't a downgrade. Sorry for being weird. Ugh. Right? She replies. Dating's so overrated and meaningless in college anyway. And she knows that he knows he'll find someone who deserves him. Because he's great. Really great. So thoughtful, so smart. Not like these SAE sideways hat wearing dude bros. Of course, he must already know that. And she really appreciates it. Then he thanks her for being honest, because it proves she respects him, and don't worry about him, he gets it. He does get it. It sort of kills him, but he knows his rejecter was only trying to spare his feelings, since men often react badly to hard rejection. So he validates her condolences and communicates them back until she's convinced he'll be fine. "Grr, friend-zoned again," he says, shaking his fist toward the ceiling, and they laugh together and hug, and he walks back to his dorm at sunrise. He gets into bed and sighs. While he's confident he handled everything respectfully, the girl's praise only reminds him that none of his ostensibly good qualities are attractive enough to even warrant him a chance, which makes them seem worthless. He also suspects her flattery was exaggerated and a bit patronizing. Like, if she didn't think friendship was a downgrade, she wouldn't have said she just wanted to stay friends. By persuading him to reject himself, was she simply offloading her guilt? He stews at the one-sided familiarity of the situation. Once again, he's got to be the one who accepts, forgives, tolerates, pretends not to be wounded, pretends he has stopped hoping. All this sapping emotional labor to preserve his dignity and assuage her guilt. And also because he doesn't want to spoil his chances of dating her in the future. It's her prerogative, after all, to change her mind. Still, he respects her decision. He gets out of bed, feeling compelled to check in and let her know where he stands. So he composes a long post-mortem email, reconstructing everything that happened from the beginning, assuring her that he knew nobody was to blame for a lack of attraction, and that if it isn't clear, yes, he is interested in her. But he's not one of those fake feminist guys who snubs any woman he can't fuck. So, sorry if this is completely graceless and exhausting. By no means is he making his embarrassment her problem, just wants to get everything out in the open. He hits send. An hour later, he sends a second email. Just out of curiosity, could she say a little about why she rejected him?
What an emotion.
It'd be really helpful for him. Is it because he's narrow-shouldered? Is that a deal breaker for her? Because he can't help that, as she knows. Or is it a specific thing he did or said? Because if so, they could discuss that, clear up any miscommunication. Anyway, he'll be fine. Hopes everything's cool. And if she ever changes her mind, he'll be around. Considering his tremendous effort to be vulnerable, it seems unfair, rude, even, when a day passes with no reply. Fearing that he might not receive one at all, he writes a third email clarifying that she's by no means obliged to reply. Though if she wants to, he'd love hearing her thoughts. He is somewhat annoyed when she again doesn't reply, though he's glad to have given her that option. At least nothing's been left unsaid. This exact scenario happens 4 or 5 more times with different women. Later, when he relates these incidents, lightheartedly to his other female friends, they assure him he's interesting, smart, thoughtful, good-looking, though they never say hot. They say nothing's wrong with him. It's so bizarre that you're single, they say, trying to mollify him with optimism, as if their romantic experience has made them experts in his lack of it. But they have no experience of having no experience. He figures that even bad relationships are better than none, since they prepare you for future relationships, and heartbreak is romantic and dignified, whereas rejection only makes you a loser. Short of abuse, their worst case would be to be in his position. Anyway, he doesn't want pity. He wants not to need it. All of his female friends have rejected him before, though not always explicitly. More often, when he's out with them in public, someone will mistake him for a boyfriend, which gives him a sky blue moment of joy before his female friend laughs, blows a raspberry, and says, "Oh my god, ha, no way, that'd be like incest." But he takes these insults nobly, and later consoles himself by masturbating to the idea of having incestuous sex with them. Sometimes he drops hints to his friends to set him up with their friends, but for some reason they never follow through. He decides there must be other ways to stand out and be attractive. He cultivates academic achievement in his gender studies major, surmising that status and intellect will enhance his appeal. But just like in high school, he finds himself overlooked, even with the paucity of men in his major, and outside of it, the rich, handsome, and broad-shouldered guys still get all the attention. Then again, so do the terrible and ugly ones. His female friends keep dating these guys with cratered skin, awkward manners, poor hygiene, talentless schlubs identified by their hobbies and tastes, philandering worms, controlling, abusive dirtbags. Even his gay first-year roommate had a girlfriend back in high school before he'd come out. And yeah, maybe these guys all deserved love, but surely no more than him. At a house party, one friend talks about going home with a guy the night before who said all he wanted was to sleep beside her. Then around 1 a.m., he awoke to him grunting as he ejaculated on her leg. When she cussed him out, he claims he was overcome by raw animal passion and couldn't help it. And she still let him stay. Whatever. We'll probably be married in 3 years, she said, rolling her eyes. He's about to insist she shouldn't devalue herself by deploying sarcasm to suppress trauma, that she's been violated and shouldn't be out tonight, and is astounded when everyone, including her, starts laughing. He joins in, figuring that this is some cathartic part of the healing process, even though it sounds to him like a clear case of sexual assault. Even more confusing, he'd asked her out once before, so a literal rapist is more appealing than him? Keeps silent as another female friend says, men are dog shit. And sure, fair. He understands they mean the patriarchy and not him specifically. But why'd she say that with him standing right there, unless he didn't count as a man to them? Not wanting to seem fragile or impugn their judgment or center the conversation on himself, he says, ugh, yeah, we're total dog shit, and files this incident away in a thickening dossier of unfairness, piece of insurance he'll be able to use as evidence of their own imperfect principles if they ever try to call him out in the future. Privately, too, he reasons that if they're going to keep dating assholes, what do they expect? Later, gut checking himself to make sure his concern for his traumatized friend is legitimate, texts her. Hey, I'm around if you need to talk about what happened, or even just watch trashy TV, smiley face. Never, wherever. She doesn't reply. Tracking his virginity like a body bag into his mid-20s, he watches a certain amount of domination-oriented porn, probably due to internalized sexism, though he's read that porn is a safe, healthy venue to explore kink, that sexuality is neither a choice nor shameful, especially if the studios follow good labor and aftercare practices. His female friends agree. He does not mention that he seeks out actresses that resemble them, which he deems victimless and acceptable as long as he consumes it critically, demarcating fantasy from reality and maintaining his sensitivity for the performers. He's more worried about physical desensitization. He doesn't use lubrication, as his roommates would overhear it. He comes to prefer the intensity of this dry method, but feels the friction is somehow eroding his psyche and possibly dulling the nerves in his penis. Resolving to wean himself by using a condom while masturbating, he wonders in what other ways touch, or the lack of it, has warped him. He's read about that study of baby monkeys who were denied soft physical contact and grew up disturbed and sickly. It's hard to believe chastity was ever associated with purity, when it feels like putrescence, his blood browning, saliva clouding with pus, each passing day rendering him more leprously foul. What about those venerable virgins like Newton, Dickinson, Kant? No, their virginity was a matter of will. They believed God loved them for it. At lunch one day, two of his male coworkers offer unsolicited dating advice, relishing the chance to showboat their sexual proficiencies. He's too honest and available, not aggressive enough. Friend zone shit, they say unironically. Don't be a fucking pussy is all. You gotta challenge them, be a puzzle for them to work out. That's how girls' brains work. It's evolution. They offer grotesquely specific advice about eye contact and hair touching. Learn palmistry, they say. Bitches love getting their palms read.
I did forget.
They ask him how he makes a move. He says he asks first. Wait, you ask and kiss them? My man, one says, laughing and slapping his back. You don't ask. With jagged touchiness, he calls them out, insisting that consent is non-negotiable. That even if they're joking, or especially if they're joking, it's textbook rape culture. Well, what makes you think you can speak for all women? One says, smirking. You're a guy too. Why do you know better than us what women prefer? Especially considering they're dating us. He's not speaking for all women, he says. Unsure of how he'll answer, but certain he has something to say. He's speaking as a man against men who are speaking against women. Go ahead then, his coworker laughs. Ask your female friends what they think. He composes a long email reporting them both to HR, and later that night, bristling, he calls his QPOC agender friend from his college co-op, whom he's always gotten along with, in part because he's never been attracted to them. He repeats what his coworkers said, performing their dialogue with a dumb guy voice. His friend says, well, that's gross, and makes him swear never to become a mind-gamey asshole, going on to say that the so-called friend zone is a sexist canard that lets losers, like who, he wonders, blame their own unattractiveness on women. He agrees, then asks if it isn't true that some guys simply lack charisma or attractiveness and are thus more prone to getting befriended. Maybe, they say. He asks his friend if mind games work. Sure, sometimes, they say. That's why they're so common, but they never lead to anything good. Never? He asks. Oh yeah, shit's complicated. Some people are old-fashioned or mistake abuse for affection. Doesn't mean we should encourage it. He asks if it's wrong to ask permission to kiss someone. Depends more on how you ask. He asks if they personally would prefer it. No, but I'm not all women. I'm not even a woman. He asks if they believe most women would prefer it. Who knows? Every woman's different, and things are always changing. Listen, I'm not sure what you're trying to get out of me here. Again, I'm not a woman. Sure, he's aware of that, he replies, but it's important to him, especially as a cisgender heterosexual white man, to avoid placing the burden of educating him about women's experiences on a woman, which is why it's so great to have friends of other genders. His friend says, yeah, I guess. He thanks them for taking his call so late at night. In spite of his QPOC friend's ambiguous advice, he decides that more experience will improve his odds. So he resorts to online dating, cropping out his narrow shoulders from his photos and carefully wording his bio. He, him, his, or whatever pronouns you are most comfortable with. Unshakably serious about consent, abortion's #1 fan, loves books, Thai food, a glass of Vino Verde on my balcony, endless conversation. And did I mention books? Smiley face tongue out emoji. I can usually be found haunting the bookstores and bake shops of our fair borough, but I'm not dismantling the imperialist male supremacist hetero patriarchy. But I'd also be fine saying to hell with it and staying at home for an Agnes Varda marathon sesh followed by discussion. And perhaps a wee snogfest? Wink emoji. I always do my own cooking. Thanks, Mom. So I'll make a killer brunch for you. Trans women are women, duh. All races, ethnicities, and body types, but not all ages. Very welcome. Mutual GGG. He suspects some of it risks sounding try-hard, but he prefers sincerity and clarity over fake mystique. And what reasonable woman wouldn't be attracted to a vocal ally? He sends thoughtful, grammatical messages, like a link to a Psychology Today article about limerence, followed by, fascinating topic. I'm a total sucker for the intersections of psychology and romance. Would love to talk it over at the public venue of your choosing. The few dates this brings only yield more rejection. 3 postpone indefinitely, then ghost. 3 more are no-shows. 1 leaves while he's in the bathroom. Dating online, he realizes, one has to choose between fraudulence or the sort of honesty that can't compete with fraudulence. But then he thinks, isn't the idea that women don't know what's best for them sexist, informed by his own petty resentment? Troubled by this paradox and unable to sleep, he texts his QPOC friend and asks them, "Be honest, has he actually been a creep this whole time? Is he a dude bro? And has he therefore deserved to be single for the last 30 years?" His friend texts back, "Okay, but can you really count the first 16 years?" Then adds that he should feel weird about his concerns, but he hasn't done anything, and a real creep probably wouldn't agonize so much over whether he was a creep. Good night. Then he replies, "But if agonizing about being a creep is what proves he's not a creep, and he stops worrying about being a creep, wouldn't that make him a creep?" His QPOC friend doesn't respond. He's still unnerved, though relieved someone who was once female identified has given him a pass. He withdraws into work. Whereas before he only went out in hopes of meeting someone, now he stays in so he won't have to see anyone. The allopreening couples, the untouchable women, the broad-shouldered men. Even a passing whiff of aloe lotion on a woman's skin makes him feel structurally unsound, shivery in his linings. When he does go out in public, he avoids looking at any woman's face, convincing himself it's respectfully uncreepy, but aware in the gloomy sub-basement of his mind that the real reason is because if she is beautiful, then the image of her face, and the question of how he might have introduced himself, and the beautiful life they might have had together will torment him for days. At age 31, he has sex. One day on social media, he happens across the girl, the woman, he rejected in high school. She's cleaned up. Her body type is no longer curvaceous, and he likes how in all her photos she wears a skirt and leggings, a thin, dark cardigan over a blouse, a personal uniform suggesting fidelity to figured-out principles, but dislikes how her dyed red hair pinches off in a tiny bun that reminds him of the meaty tail nubs on docked pit bulls. Though that's fixable. Seeing that they live in the same city, he messages her and suggests they meet. She shows up 40 minutes late, which he forgivingly tolerates, knowing that women's time is taxed by the pressures of female grooming. For about 15 minutes, their catch-up chat is small, even if promisingly pleasant. He insists on paying for drinks, joking that it's not chivalry, it's reparations for sexism. He soon regrets it, however, because on her third whiskey ginger, and his first, she starts rambling about some guy who dumped her ages ago, then jokes about her eating disorder. Every few minutes, her face scrunches like she's about to cry, then reverts weirdly to normal. Her blouse untucks, and when a guy playing pool nearby positions his cue close to her face, she slaps it to the floor. Lonely as he is, does he deserve someone unstable? He'll have to reject her again, like in high school. What will he say? That he doesn't want to waste her time? That he thinks she's super great, but he doesn't feel a spark? Having seldom been in the position to reject anyone else, he feels terrible for having to inflict on her the same pain he's always felt himself. Hours later, he still has not figured out a compassionate enough way to phrase it, and at this point, as they're leaving the bar, he decides he might as well kiss her goodnight for the sake of casual experience, and then let her down nicely over text message. He asks if he can kiss her. She says, no. He asks why not. What do you mean, why not? She says, because I don't want to. Who the fuck asks why not? Fucking asshole. He wonders if she is testing him. He asks if she is testing him. This time, she gives him a two-armed shove, sending him to the ground, and instead of yelling, she smiles like a sock puppet and says, "Oh my god, are you wearing shoulder pads?" Getting up, he briefly considers shoving her back, though not as hard as she shoved him, since that would not be fair. But before he can do anything, she is doubled over and clutching her calves in laughter, and when she recovers, she says with unbelievable nonchalance, "Okay, wait, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to push you that hard. Come on, is this happening or what?" The sex disappoints. Her moans and arches feel contrived and uncomfortably dirty. And when he tries to maintain eye contact in missionary position to establish a bond, she closes her eyes. Something, maybe his dulled penis nerves, keeps deferring his orgasm until she gets impatient and pushes him away. He acquiesces, not having finished, his embarrassing frustration mitigated only by the unburdening of his virginity and the prospect of telling everyone about it. To reassure her that his sexual awkwardness was not her fault, he tells her she's beautiful. She waits nearly 10 seconds and replies, you have an interesting mind. After this incident, he develops thoughts of self-harm, which are sharpened by his awareness that rejection, loneliness, and sexual frustration are nothing compared with institutional and historical oppression. His sadness, he knows, is a symptom of his entitlement, so he is not even entitled to his sadness. As a 30-something, he feels too young to give up, but too old to adapt. His self-reliance has ossified into a lifestyle of craved, defended solitude. He can't imagine having to share a bed every night, not being able to read or wake up or leave parties whenever he wants.
Died.
No, this is not mere solitude. Solitude is fine. Inescapable aloneness is not. Taking trips and seeing movies and attending events all seem pointless without anyone to experience them with. So it feels like his life cannot progress or even truly begin till he has found someone who will return his love. And as he's aged, has his intimacy with his female friends deepened? Did these friends, who always maintained that romantic love was overrated, who said friendships were what mattered in the end, provide him an alternative to romantic love? No. After all his years of talking them through each and every breakup, engendered work dispute, sending them thoughtful gifts and memes, loaning them money for rental deposits, taking their dating app photos, reassuring them of their beauty when they hated how the photos came out, supporting them when they were fighting with their boyfriends. After all that, these female friends of his have all moved on to cohabit, marry, and breed. Even if they're miserable, at least they're living real lives, with partners who prioritize them above all others. Lately, he sees them once a month tops, even though he's known them far longer than their partners have. They've all stopped inviting him to dinner parties because it was a couple's thing and he would have hated it, which, while true, was still exclusionary, backed by the hegemonic and regressive institution of monogamy. He realizes that these female friends have, at last, completed their long-term rejections of him, that without ever having had a girlfriend, his life is strewn with exes, friends without benefits. But he can't complain about his friends to his friends. His male coworkers would roast him or pretend to sympathize, yet secretly think he's a pussy. And his female friends might think that he's passive-aggressively implicating them, and also that he's a pussy. Since any rejection now paralyzes him with rage for weeks, he stops dating. He resents his married friends, his contently single friends, his unhappily single friends who nonetheless have casual sex, and his parents when they gently question his sexuality. He also resents the grotesque fixations that have cropped up lately, like, if he's only ever used condoms, and the epidermis of his penis has never made contact with the mucous membrane of a vagina, if he's never ejaculated into a birth canal, does that technically mean he's still a virgin? Have his possibly dulled penis nerves entrained a vicious cycle of death grip syndrome, adding yet another obstacle to love? Was masturbation lowering his testosterone levels, contributing to his narrow shoulders? And does that give women the impression that he has a small penis, which he statistically doesn't? All he's doing is sharing some of these valid gripes at a picnic one afternoon when his QPOC agender friend asks him, why doesn't he call that girl from high school who took his virginity? He replies that just because he wants to be in a relationship doesn't mean he has to settle for a sociopath. See, you're moving the goalposts like always, his QPOC friend replies. It's easy to feel sorry for yourself when you keep redefining rejection. You refuse pity but crave it so much that you won't admit how strongly you invite it. He says they're being facile, though he knows their point is rather nuanced and specific, and he hasn't even considered it before, but he can't walk it back now. I'm facile, his friend says. Nah, I'm tired. That's what it is, I'm tired. they say from behind their sunglasses, waving their mimosa. I know you identify as a reject. I know that's like your brand. Like it's some unprecedented form of suffering that gives you secret saintly wisdom. All this nonstop high frequency whining, that's what's facile. He presses his lips shut while his brain feels like a swirling case of lottery balls, as his friend, pausing to hit a spliff, continues. I mean, what the fuck do you want? Somehow you got a shit deal. Nobody knows why. Maybe you never really grappled with this because you thought you were exempt. But you refuse to change and are shocked when nothing changes. You keep doing all these unsolicited favors, putting in all this effort. Because the only forms of repayment you'll accept are love or sex, you always feel cheated. And it's not like you enjoy this, but you do enjoy pushing other people's faces in it. That's your main consolation. Wild how you're always right and nobody's ever had it worse. Nobody's as pure and as wronged as you. Yo, everyone, check out the woman respecter. Last principled man right here. And that's why you need it. Because you get to convince yourself you're being rejected for your virtue, not because you're a bum. You've turned your loneliness into this, like, fetish necklace of martyrdom. And all of us, they glance around at the other picnickers, have to sit here and rubber stamp your feminism. If we don't indulge your wallowing, we're being callous and like complicit with some diabolical global conspiracy that's keeping you from getting pussy. But if we do, then we're disingenuous because none of us will fuck you ourselves, right? Am I right, ladies? Hands up, who agrees? 3 women's hands shoot up, followed more slowly by the rest. His QPOC friend gestures at them like, behold. I don't know what to say, man, except motherfucking cis heads. I, for one, am bored of your scab collection. I'm sorry your dick is sad or whatever. Suck it up, you bitter little boy, and move on. Fantastic. That's fucking great. The clearest example yet of how even his friends dismiss him with straw man arguments out of sheer intellectual laziness. Because he refuses the easy consolation of playing along with the oppressive patriarchal paradigm, they'd rather call him self-sabotaging instead of thinking critically for 1 second about the bullshit social biases narrow-shouldered men suffer under, which originate in the same toxic masculinity they supposedly abhor. He doesn't have the luxury of having fun, fresh relationship drama like theirs. They got bored of him. Even though listening to his problems is far easier than living through them, he listens to their problems all the time. Petrified with outrage, he replies to his QPOC friend that they are minimizing his problems just because having narrow shoulders isn't on the official registry of politicized traumas. They're saying he can't express his feelings because worse things happen? By that logic, he could say that their stupid anxieties about dating bi women aren't important because they're not being rounded up and thrown off rooftops like queer people in, for example, Syria. But he wouldn't say that to his QPOC friend. He would listen. Wow. You really don't want to press this, his friend warns, removing their sunglasses. And BT dubs, I'm not your QPOC friend. Are you fucking kidding me, he shouts, unsure if his exasperation is mock or real. You took it there. You made it about identity. All I'm doing is reflecting literally the same exact sentiment as you. So don't evade the point. And don't get the idea that framing it as a call-out puts you in the right. And I brought those mimosas, by the way. He grabs at his friend's drink. Everyone scrambles. His QPOC friend's friend, much larger, broad-shouldered man, gets up and tells him, okay, my guy, time to move along. It defies all reason that he's getting ejected from a picnic for the sin of airing opinions in good faith by this alpha dickhead flaunting his swollen deltoids. This was the male ally they preferred, not the intellectual who challenged them as equals in an open dialogue, but this muscle-confused Sasquatch. They're all happy to hide behind patriarchy when it suits them. He snatches up his Read More Women tote bag and leaves. On his way home, with jittering fingers, he pulls out his phone to block his drunk QPOC friend on social media and sees they've posted. Lena Gundam, at Madonna Haraway. SMH at men who squawk ABT their feminism, but RLY hang out with women for the gendered power advantage. FOOOOOOOOH. He sees that the post already has over 100 likes and counting. One of the women who was at the picnic replied, OMG, dead ass. And even that got 36 likes. The thought of 100 strangers reading this petty, unsubstantiated accusation and reflexively siding with the QPOC without knowing anything about what happened leads him to mass block everyone who failed to support him at the picnic. He counterposts. Stop oppression now at Listen and Evolve. SMH at performative woke queer FOLX who pretend to care ABT equality, but RLY just get off on humiliating strong male allies who are trying to help, and consequently punishing and alienating them for fervently upholding the basic tenets of contemporary feminism. FOOOOOOOH. But deletes it because he can't figure out how to make it sound good, which is unfair because the point is valid. It would be pathetic now to keep seeing those friends. Maintaining friendships costs his female friends nothing, but it cost him a daily toll of endless triggering, which they'd never once acknowledged. They're fine with freeloading off his insight and generosity, but the moment he dares to question their opinions or have genuine feelings for them, it's like his attraction is some morsel of filth he's tried to trick them into swallowing. Yet, free-falling into his 30s, it's harder to make new friends. If he stays in, he feels anxious about not meeting people. If he goes out, he spends the whole night at whatever depressing bar, poetry reading, art opening, scanning the room for women standing by themselves whom he never has the will to approach, then goes home alone, weary and dark-minded, to face the sight of his empty bed, which is even emptier after he gets in it, lying awake with pangs of loneliness that feel like getting stabbed through a very soft pillow. He lost his virginity so long ago, it feels like it's grown back. On one of these long nights, an ugly curtain lifts in his head. He's old enough to know that relationships don't guarantee happiness, that the source of his pain is a patriarchal fantasy, agonizingly elaborated over decades about love and sex as the basis of fulfillment. But he still feels he cannot be happy until this pain stops, and it will not stop until he has an experience of love that will at last disillusion him. When he uses dating apps, he finds himself decreasingly attracted to women of a suitable age range, which at first concerns him, since he used to mock age gap relationships when he was younger. However, this concern is quickly shunted aside by indignation. Why should everyone else have had the opportunity to date 20-somethings, and not him? Perhaps, he thinks, he could temporarily date a few younger women who would greatly benefit from his wealth and life experience, then eventually catch up and move on to age-appropriate women without regret. To attract these younger women, he goes keto, takes improv classes, and consolidates his reputation at work, though he'd long since lost his relish for it when he realized it didn't magically improve his dating odds. None of it does. Around this time, he starts to feel breathless, like he's wearing a compression garment around his lungs. His stomach is tense and swollen as a basketball. He urinates frequently. His heart skitters and rushes. He has trouble swallowing. He can seldom achieve full erection. His customary dry method has lost its efficacy, and male masturbation toys prove ineffective. When he manages to ejaculate, it falls out of him like a touchless soap dispenser. So he's finally managed to sexually bore even himself. One day at work, while he's waiting for the microwave to finish heating up a cheese and mushroom tart, a quantity of urine dribbles out unbidden. His primary care doctor refers him to a blood lab and a urologist, conducts an ultrasound and diagnoses him with a levator spasm, probably stress-related. In researching its causes, he learns that loneliness can manifest psychosomatically as anxiety, even shorten your lifespan. He also reads, in blog posts about chromosomal perpetuation, that children bear trace amounts of the DNA of all their mother's sex partners in their own DNA. So it is true, confirming suspicions he didn't even know he had, that sex partners matter biologically, that they leave a mark. These findings send him into action. He hits the gym, where he targets his deltoids with set after set of shrugs and lateral raises, and afterward takes zinc sulfate, lysine, and arginine to increase seminal volume, horny goat weed and pumpkin seed extract for libido, cabergoline to lessen the refractory period by lowering prolactin. He gets a prescription for dippotestosterone and decadurabolin to manage hypogonadism and improve pelvic muscle tone. Then somatotropin, then trenbolone. The goal is to get his ejaculate to arc again. When, after 3 months, he sees few changes, except for unaccountable surges of anger and a longer post-masturbation cleanup, he begins regularly donating sperm to give them a non-zero chance of propagating, and also starts using a penis pump to the point of vascular damage, giving his penis the look of a dead manatee. If it's going to be numb and useless, it may as well be big. He knows he is sick and must find relief. He wants so badly to believe that his life isn't broken and can still bring satisfaction. In each second is the slow fizz of cell death, telomeres shedding their base pairs 2 by 2 like an ignited fuse. He contemplates all the organisms in the natural world having sex constantly, effortlessly. Stray dogs, mosquitoes, dandelions, yeast. At work, when he isn't thinking, this is all I'm good for, he thinks, I should kill myself. But then he imagines his former female friends hearing of his death and not caring or even laughing. To them, it wouldn't be tragic. They did not need him as much as he needed them, or at all. This maddening thought keeps him dismally alive. For a while, he tries paying for sex, hoping more experience will give him confidence. And while he is strongly pro-sex workers' rights, he still resents having to pay for something that someone, somewhere, ought to offer enthusiastically for free. Even while having sex, it comes freighted with so many expectations, such intense anticipation of disappointment that he doesn't enjoy it. To finish, he silently imagines the woman is pregnant, that his more potent semen is killing off the other man's embryo, displacing it with his own. Tips well. Sometime after turning 40, he makes a rare excursion from his apartment to visit his old favorite restaurant in a hip neighborhood he lived in a decade ago. A kind of upscale Italian bistro where they serve meatballs but not spaghetti. The foyer is crammed and it's a 50-minute wait. This place never used to be crowded. It had been a quiet place to read without feeling lonely. Now it is massed with couples and their offspring colonizing yet another space, basking in the triumphalism of love instead of confronting the real harm of their prejudice and superiority, and yes, the privileges they enjoy. He waits out on the muggy sidewalk until his name is called, and at the entrance, a fleet of strollers exits the restaurant through the narrow vestibule. He flattens against the plastic wall to let 2, 3, 4 strollers pass, then tries to enter the restaurant when a 5th woman approaches, pushing an enormous 3-wheeler with BMX tires and a crusty-eyed newborn scrunched inside it. He expects her to let him through, but instead she pushes the vestibule door open, and he feels and hears a crack, looks down at his leather sandals, and sees his big toenail folded up at an astonishing angle, says, ow, ow, ow. Rather than apologize, she trades an eye roll with her husband. He says, buddy, she can't get through if you don't move back. Your convenience doesn't outweigh mine, he asserts to the father. I have an equal right to be here, plus you damaged my foot. Instead of replying, the father pushes him by the shoulder out onto the sidewalk, again violating his bodily autonomy. Being civil and slow to anger, he says nothing, even as fury chain reacts down through his chest. The strollers recede to the end of the block, spanning the sidewalk's whole width, and now, first limping, then sprinting, he catches up to them and, carelessly with his injured foot, delivers a solid, righteous side stomp to one of the stroller's chassis. The mother catches it before it tips over, and he serves another wild kick before shooting off through traffic across the street. Their shouts degrade into noise as he rounds the corner at a hobbled gallop, and he makes sure they hear him laugh. At home, legs trembling full of acid, grimacing, he peels off his bloody broken half toenail. The wound looks like a cut pomegranate, and he dabs it with alcohol, adding injury to injury. The pain piercing an opening inside him through which more tearful laughter escapes. He does feel somewhat guilty about what he did, yet he will not deny that it felt so good to ruin the evenings of the tyrannical assholes who loved to dehumanize innocent, single, narrow-shouldered men. Just a quick startle, no harm done. Actually, he's the one who was harmed. The only thing that bothers him is that he knows no one would condone what he did. More years pass, all alike. Something goes wrong in the bathroom. It was not a levator spasm after all. His doctor repeatedly assures him it is not a death sentence, but will require significant immediate changes to his lifestyle. The diagnosis clears his head like a window continuously opening. Finally, it's happened. They've killed him. He might as well be dead already. It is now certain he'll never get the one thing he's ever wanted. All because he internalized and accepted his unwantedness, languished too long in mealy-mouthed consolations, let himself be deceived into pitying those who would never pity him. Nothing can be done. He's never wanted to consider it. But with his hard-won lived experience and the stark authority of his disprivilege, he can declare that women, in aggregate, are just wrong. That either they have failed feminism or feminism has failed them. Yes, it's complicated. No woman in particular is to blame. But it's irrefutable that in general, a preponderance of women harbor the very sorts of double standards feminism sought to eliminate, and indulge a narcissistic victim complex by which they tolerate and even seek out agro-misogyny in their romantic partners, while relying on men of conscience to handle the emotional scut work. In his newfound communities of narrow-shouldered men, he finds lived experiences that align near unanimously with his. In the comments of blogs like The Empirical Agnate and Rationally Rude, on forums like Seneca's Revenge and NSOM, Narrow Shoulders Open Minds, where he finds provocative opinions of undeniable salience, heroically uncowed by any anticipated backlash. At last, he's found men willing to declare unapologetically that narrow-shouldered feminist men are in truth the most oppressed subaltern group, excluded from both male privilege and female solidarity, a marginalization far worse than those based in race or gender, which were mere constructs as opposed to the material fact of narrow shoulders. He can trust these other men in a way he cannot trust anyone else, as they are the only people on earth to take seriously his suffering, is that he isn't to blame for it. While he disagrees with many of their heterodox positions on jaw morphology and age of consent, it is precisely the plurality of perspectives here that confirms the problem isn't his alone. It is systemic. Now that he is mostly confined to his bed, in one late-night tour of the NSOM forums, which he moderates, he's busy drawing red circles around the telltale shoulder pad divots in photos of male celebrities, when he notices one thread attracting dozens of replies. Some normie interloper has been trolling the NSOM boards with inflammatory posts. This has happened before, but never at such length. Cold Shoulder 02. Unregistered user. Location, EC. Age, 23. Posts, 1. Rep power, 0. Just found this board and I'm fucking obsessed, y'all. Not even just by the misogyny or the term paper talk y'all use to hide it. No, what's mesmerizing is, no lie, I'm one of you. I'm 23 and a virgin. Never had a GF or even a date. Mostly solo Q League and work at Staples. I stumbled across this place because I have real NS. Hell, I'm built like a closed umbrella. I always wondered if other guys felt insecure about it too. I work out sometimes, but I'm not crazy fit or anything and wish I were bigger. I think racist, sexist jokes are funny, but I feel bad about it. So, probably like you. Then I come here and wow. What happened, boys? I can't lie and say it isn't nice to find other NS guys, but this place is like staring into a cursed mirror where the longer you stare at it, the uglier you get. But it's so fascinating you keep staring. Go ahead and call me white knight, beta fag, lib, or whatever weak shit you got called in gym class in 6th grade. I'd rather die a sane virgin than fall for this mess. IDK, maybe it's more about what happened to me. Maybe it's BC, I figured out some meds that work for me, or BC, I have women in my life, grew up with 4 sisters. I'm not saying I'm better than any of y'all. If I did, I'd be the same as y'all. So women either reject you, or they don't act 100% the way you want them to. The term for that is slavery. Bottom line is, nobody's hurting or stealing anything from you. Y'all just hitched your psychosexual angst to your self-worth. It's women's fault somehow. However unfair you think it is, you're making it worse. Hope you all log off and find peace. He scrolls down through the ensuing dog pile, watches Seahawk 1488 post memes of skinny guys labeled beta fag OP, lifting 2-pound weights, reads J underscore Fux's post, Femoid Psyop Piss Off. By the end of the thread, his scalp is sodden and prickling. He feels that same flushed, hangdog supervisibility, that cleansing shame he used to feel when being scolded by his QPOC friend, or reading feminist literature that diagnosed his unseen advantages and corrected his gaffes. He remembers thinking, if a stranger can so accurately describe what I've thought without even knowing me, they must be right, and I should listen to them. Now he wants to do likewise for this online stranger, whose familiar and bracing conviction, uncompromised by experience, floods him with nostalgia. It's painful seeing this poor sap misled, as he himself was, like a sprinting dog about to hit the limit of its leash. The other users taunt the newcomer because it hurts less than admitting familiarity. Even if it's too late for himself, he feels a responsibility to awaken this younger man to reality. You may think you understand us, he posts, but I've been you far longer than you have. I want to tell you about the reality of having lived 4 decades of silent, virtuous pain and never having your humanity and desirability recognized, posts. It's not that I haven't done the intellectual labor to empathize with the broadest possible spectrum of female perspectives. I've read Sanger and Friedan and McKinnon and Dworkin and Firestone and Faludi and Winterson and Butler and Solanas and Schulman and Hooks and Greer. I understand them, and they perhaps understand the viewpoint of the patriarchy and its beneficiaries. But what have any of them read to understand us? Where in the archive do we even exist? My entire life, I've been nothing but useful to women. Selfless to the point that when I die, my entire being will evaporate without residue, with no one left to know what I've had to endure absolutely by myself. Think of all the times you've been ill, with no one to bring you soup. Those nights you wake in the dark, full of fear with no one to talk to. Every unshared bed, every expired condom. Those couples you see everywhere, laughing and going home and fucking in every conceivable position. It will never be you. It will never be you. This is why you are wrong that they haven't stolen anything from us. They've stolen our lives, our happiness, our future, and the people in it. You will never have a woman, and you will never have a son. Women's fucked up preferences may have been ingrained there by the patriarchy, but women, as moral agents fully equal to men, are no less responsible for them, and I will not infantilize them by claiming otherwise. Me? I've done more than my part. I've actively combated misogyny both in the world and within myself, tithed monthly to Planned Parenthood, marched and canvassed and fundraised and posted for women's rights. I'm commitment friendly, prosperous, successful, not ugly. In fact, a solid 8 from the neck up and nipples down. 6-inch penis from base of shaft, high sperm count and seminal motility, plus 7-degree canthal tilt, and 14.6-inch biacromial breadth. Veritably a straight flush of stable pair bonding qualities, and I have never once catcalled, gaslit, interrupted, or mansplained, taking every single rejection in stride without any social support, no shared costs, inside jokes, pet names, intimate confessions, indeed any fond romantic memories whatsoever.
I'm
None of the
listening to a
bliss of
book.
puppy love unspoiled by bitterness, the naive love that knows no betrayal, nor trusting companionship that weathers hate and temptation. Nobody waking up nestled in your elbow, no one to try new restaurants or take selfies or travel with, to say nothing of the conveniences, stability, and tax breaks enjoyed by the conjugal, on top of enduring the only real stigma that exists anymore, the only one that makes you less dignified for being honest about it. Bachelorhood, he boasts. I've never complained, objected, or harassed anyone all these years, no matter how cruel or senseless the rejection. If anything, I enabled their rejections and even took it as my duty. Which is all the more insidious, actually, that they convinced us to normalize and accept this, become complicit in our own oppression by pretending it's not happening or doesn't matter. Or even if it is happening and does matter, you deserve it. That's right, they are gaslighting you, all to absolve themselves of guilt at the meager cost of our lives. We are made to eternally repent for the sins of the worst men, while those very same men reap the benefits of our care and counsel. And we are not even humored to speak on the matter, for they have built a cunning trap, a rhetorical kill switch, where if you try to speak up for them, they say, stay in your lane. And if you say nothing, they say, silence is violence. Indicted from birth, lashed forever to the rack of apology, never forgiven, much less rewarded, regardless of action or intent. You see how they have made our existence impossible? This, after all we've sacrificed for them. I would have died for them if they'd asked. I would have thrown my bleeding body on the barricades of the patriarchy, and they would have let me do it, indifferently accepting my death as their due, with not a punctum of guilt as they go off to bed and wed my murderers. That is the long con, their big lie. By now, my bachelorhood and yours cannot be ascribed to circumstance or bad luck, only injustice. We must reject it. Like my many female friends themselves always used to say, nothing's wrong with me. Any woman would have been lucky to have me. I've only asked for the same modest reticency that everyone else, including chauvinists, liars, addicts, narcissists, abusers, rapists, and low IQ men, enjoys everywhere. I'd be the last to demand any special treatment for my actual, unselfish, principled feminism. To be sure, no specific woman is required to be attracted to us. But the fact that not one has been out of billions is proof of a categorical failure, a mass abrogation of the social contract by the legions of treacherous, evasive, giggling beast buckets, he posts. I have always been there for women. When have they ever been there for us? How, after decades of relentless refusal, can they ever repair this silent androcide, the calamity of our aborted futures? He receives no reply. The stranger probably didn't even see his post. Examining what he'd written, scouring it with an unsparing eye toward logic and tone, he finds no error. He closes his laptop, surveys his dimmed room, humidifier, prescription bottles, weights he can no longer lift, bedside wastebasket full of tissues wadded with phlegm and cum. With his mouth in a grim hyphen, he inspects his penis, which is not only flaccid and cadaverously livid from overpumping, but has developed some sort of irritating sun rash that isn't sun rash, ever since he resorted to masturbating with a textured plumber's glove in order to feel anything at all. This can't happen again. all this not happening. The nothing that is made of words, the reading and processing and discussing, journaling and posting with which he'd attempted to understand the hundreds of women's voices he'd then gone on to uplift and amplify, only to hear that those voices were mocking him. All the listening, wasted effort constituting a wasted life. Words by themselves have no substance, he realizes. They are only ever meant to underscore acts. Being correct has been its own reward and no reward at all. Now, with whatever miserable span of life remains to him, he must commit himself to action. Pull out the serrated knife of virtue that's been stuck in his chest for so long he thought it was a part of him. Before he dies, he must stop nothing from happening. Weeks later, after some false starts, he is standing in the vestibule of his former favorite restaurant when a woman enters behind him. A short, young 20-something in a yellow smock with little pin-tucked ruffles, her collarbones lightly pied by sunburn. He stands aside to hold the door for her, and she thanks him. In spite of his resolve, he smiles back and nods courteously at this small, final vindication, before pulling on his ski mask, shrugging the backpack from his narrow shoulders, and following her in.
Yes. Love is mutual, which means Allison's never been in love. Her high school boyfriend of 3 years had turned out to be gay, and she'd made him admit, after much needling, that he'd never been attracted to her. In college, she dated a more popular guy, who turned their shared friend group against her in the breakup, leaving her with the distrust of both lovers and friends, not to mention herself. Nothing but isolated hookups since. Though she gets hit on in the usual degrading ways, being commanded on the street by random men to smile, getting called a bitch when she doesn't. Her dating app inboxes crammed with free-floating dicks. She used to believe the reason she was so prone to this kind of bad attention was because she herself was somehow innately bad. Later, she realized that not only was it the men who were bad, that the crux of their badness was their ability to convince her she was bad. But that doesn't mean she isn't bad, he sometimes thinks. Love is not an accomplishment, yet to lack it still somehow feels like failure. One night in her late 20s, Allison visits her best friend, Neil's house. Neil is slender, bookish, objectively interesting. He builds his own furniture from reclaimed wood, works for a nonprofit that rehabilitates pedophiles undergoing voluntary chemical castration. He supports his parents
What the
financially,
fuck?
and his tiny apartment contains hanging
I wasn't trying
plants,
to do that
a half
shit.
bedroom with a piano in it that he illegally Airbnbs for extra income, and antique farming tools adorning the
Fuck it.
walls. They are meeting for their
I
monthly
don't know where
ritual.
it fucking went.
He makes her favorite panko-crusted baked
I don't
mac
know
and
where to look
cheese
for
with
that
crystal
black
hot
word.
sauce, and she cuts his hair while they stream reality TV. They started this ritual back in college when he was helping her recover from the worst period of her eating disorder by finding and making the one food that she wasn't repulsed by and waiting with her after eating it. Neil was the only person who didn't regard her with either concealed disgust or corny delicacy. Made recovery feel meaningful and worthwhile. They're watching Hoarders on his laptop, perched on a stool. And she's already seen this episode, so Allison spends most of the time watching him squirm and gasp at the most horrible parts. She's always enjoyed reliving things vicariously more than experiencing them directly. The video stream starts to buffer. Shit. God damn it, sorry. This never happens when I'm watching by myself, Neil says. Have to log in again or something. Allison says he's acting like he has erectile dysfunction. Says, "You're the one with the ED, not me." He laughs. He's the only one who could get away with that joke. He mutters, "Yeah, I've got no problems in that department." This comment, weird oomph, puts on it, tickles at her brain. As the show continues to buffer, Neil leans forward to adjust the angle of the laptop screen, as if that'll fix it. When he leans back, he rests his hand on Allison's knee, but in a weird crab shape where only the fingertips are touching. Stays there for a full 10 seconds until he leans forward again to tap the spacebar, makes some inquiring eye contact, and they lunge at each other. Basically, he's not her type at all, and she's never thought he was hot until now, the moment she realizes he thinks she's hot. Kissing is pretty good, much enhanced by the spontaneity and wrong hotness of tongue kissing a close friend. They both awkwardly laugh more than she'd prefer, and he spends way too long sucking her nipples, the point where she consciously thinks the word flashing. Then the mood shifts. He is no longer mommy. He is daddy. And he lifts and tosses her around with a thrilling lack of effort. And, as she's long suspected, based on the size of his ears and nose, he has an era-definingly huge dick, curved in the way only real huge ones are. They have inches to spare and can take the long way around. I'm so hard it makes her sit up. While she's going down on him between rounds, Neil says from above, "It'd be lame if I took a pic." Part of her mind recoils at this. She doesn't reply at first. She sent nudes to far worse guys. Honestly, it's flattering he'd want a keepsake. Maybe even body affirming and hot. And it's not like she's going to run for office. So she says fine, as long as he sends her a copy, and she does her best to smolder next to his big old dick. He goes
Fucking
cross-eyed
black
and
people.
double-chinned, holding the phone close to his face, but as much in the frame as possible. The camera flash stays on for an agonizingly long time. Lying around afterward, she configures herself in Neil's negative spaces. Back to chest, nose to neck, mindless and snug as a martini in its glass. She says, "That was nice." By way of non-response, he does a silly tongue roll and asks, "You want me to talk you to sleep?" My ex used to like when I did that. He's not thrilled he brought up his ex. Still, it's good that he's putting her in that role. And she drifts off, listening to him mumble about hikes he used to take with his father before he died. This is what love is supposed to feel like, Allison thinks. Her contentment is only mildly soured by the realization that she's been missing out on this for her whole life. In the morning, when he wakes to the poached eggs and toast she's prepared, the first thing Neil says is, listen, he doesn't regret last night, but doesn't want to give the impression that he's looking for anything serious. Okay. He's being proactively candid. Awful, really. And it doesn't mean anything's over. She can stomach the long game. She screws her fists against her cheeks in a crybaby pout, then laughs and tells him she's out of his league anyway. They eat breakfast and gossip about college friends, and when he shows her out the door, she goes in for a peck, and he pulls her in by the waist and gives her a kiss that makes her foot soles tingle. She immediately reports the incident to her group chat. Some friends from an internship at a lady mag years ago, whom she's seldom seen since, yet texts dozens of times a day. They're all younger than her, and many have graduated to well-placed staff jobs. Her envy is tempered by the fact that though she now does admin for a textbook publisher, she is technically one of them. Maybe they can help her land a better gig someday. In them, she has found something like the coterie to which she's always wanted to belong. Not the popular crowd, but rather the smaller satellite crowd that makes fun of the popular crowd. The outer circle, internally supportive and externally terrifying. The group chat started off as boys.text, then Dateline SVU, which became All Cops Are Boys, and most recently, He Wore Sandals in Bed? As usual, she has to scroll through dozens of messages to catch up before she can contribute. Sarah. Yeah, it was one of those public daytime walking dates. Anjali. Saves money on drinks and mace. Sarah. IKR. So we're passing by a pride flag hanging in a bodega window, and he points at it and says, quote, "I don't know, it just weirds me out." Edwina. Pride flag emoji, index pointing left emoji, thinking face emoji. Sarah. Oh, I forgot to tell you, his name was literally Yelmer. LOL. Paula. Not Yelmer. Anjali. Trying to get the Yelmer's goo. Sarah. To be fair, later I farted in front of him on the park bench. Woman shrugging emoji. One of those sitting ones that slide up between your thighs and makes your pussy lips applaud. Best sex I've had in months. Anjali. Hell. Paula. SKSKS. Sarah. My fault for ignoring the red flags. His profile said his interests were selling cheese and anal training. Naama. I'm here to train ass and sell cheese, and I'm all out of cheese. Anjali. Speaking of dudes who point, my Tinder date last week asked me how big my boobs were and just pointed at them. Edwina. Ah, yes, I've heard of the female body inspector. Sarah named the conversation Female Body Respecters. Today, 11:18. Anjali. And OMG, that little bitch's feet were so clapping hands emoji, fucking clapping hands emoji, grimy clapping hands emoji. Is this a white people thing? Can someone please tell me? Even after he showered, the bottoms stayed pitch black. They were seasoned, like a cast iron pan. Weena, wet me up. Sarah, going to kill myself. Tala, showered. Hold up. So you smashed. Anjali. Flushed face emoji, smiling face with horns emoji, tripled. Sarah, I'm dead. Also, jealous, loudly crying emoji. I'm plain emoji, hag mode. Whose dick do I gotta suck to suck a dick around here? You. LOL, that's hilarious, guys. So, some personal news, y'all. I just hooked up with my close friend Neil. Flushed face emoji. Anjali. OMG, slut. Is that the boy you just posted? Beauty. Eyes emoji. Edwina. Big square hands, nice arm vein, me and Kanta. My cheeks are parting of their own accord. Naama. Asterisk crashes through the skylight on a rope ladder dangling from Opter asterisk. I'm here. Did someone get her egg cracked? It's rolling up. Okay. Yes, we approve. He looks like he reads Architectural Digest, but will also tap it on your tongue. Ooh, good taste in sweaters, too. Love a cozy fisherman's sweater. Do you know those were knitted by fishermen's wives so they could ID their husbands' bodies when they washed ashore? Sarah, I've got something his body can wash ashore on. Edwina. I love short 2A curls on a white boy, not gonna lie. Sarah. Get his birth time and location. I need to see something. Eyes emoji. He's giving rich guy. He's giving my parents own a Cape Cod summer home that's older than America. He said his name's Neil. He looks more like a Clayton or Cooper. Anjali. Coop that eats like a Neil. Pot of food emoji. Allah. He does have those generational wealth losses. I can't do his apartment, can it? I'm soaked. Not a crying face emoji. I spread for a man who can decorate small spaces. Naama. Small apartment makes the dick look bigger. Sarah. Scream. I love how we're wow, what discerning taste in sweaters and acrylic frames. I shall endeavor to inquire after this good fellow's professional interests and financial standing. Meanwhile, guys get a half job when they see a pair of oranges sitting too close together. Loudly crying emoji. Paula named the conversation, Aren't You Glad I Sucked Your Banana? Today, 11:25. Naama. NJBs don't get nearly enough credit for slinging sushi-grade dick. Anjali. Nothing like fucking a longtime friend, to be quite honest. Aged like a fine wine. May I interest you in the 1983 dick, madame? A rather debut, as I recall. Sarah. Bring a tarp. The first 3 rows will get wet. Did you point and ask how big his dick was? Edwina. Index pointing right emoji. Eggplant emoji. Boys really feel about their dicks the way we feel about our whole bodies, to be honest. You. Hee hee. The man has moves, to be sure. Pretty excited for the follow-up. Fingers crossed emoji. Kala. Yes, love this for you, queen. Right as the aphrodisiac of female consensus is making him seem even more appealing, Neil texts her the blowjob pic. In the photo, the flash blazes overexposure across her forehead. The high definition makes her crow's feet look like the cling wrap around a soft cheese. Her eyes are pink and goonishly half-lidded. She's gripping his dick like she's trying to pull it out by the root. It's hard to imagine any guy beating off to this. She doesn't regret it. It is proof that the bond has been officialized. If he likes her when she looks like this, he must truly like her. Over the next few weeks, Allison avoids mentioning their hookup, so as not to seem overeager. The most she'll allow herself is scrolling all the way down to the first post in each of his social media timelines and commenting ? Which is harmless and funny. She also sends grainy, late-night, ambiguously nude selfies of the area between her collarbones and her faintly smirking lips, followed by "what you doing?" to which he only gives frustratingly straightforward replies, like finally getting around to watching True Detective Season 1. In any case, she goes back on birth control. The next time they meet up for their monthly dinner and haircut at his place, he gives her an extra long hug, but not the kiss she was hoping for. He makes sure to eat lightly. During the meal, manages to get in an arm squeeze and ruffle his curly bangs. When they're settled on the couch watching his laptop, she waits for the video to buffer. When it does, she lets a delicious whoosh of silence pass, and asks if he's going to demolish her lower back again. He chews his upper lip, and gets all serious and says he doesn't think it's a good idea. That he cares about her a lot, and thinks she's really cute, sweet, and funny, but he's not in the right space for a relationship right now. Even though she knows his last one was 2 years ago. Says it's natural to have some sore feelings around all this, so it might be wise to take a cool down period. Hearing this makes her collarbones feel tight. Still, the diplomatic forthrightness of his rejection is part of his whole appeal. It means that he doesn't hate her. Like, that's fine, that makes sense, she says, if that's what he wants. It's good he told her, so yeah, cool down is a cool with her. Gives a thumbs up and waits for him to reply, and realizes he means a cool down starting right now. While she's putting her shoes on, he asks if she wants to take the leftovers home with her. In the Uber, she gets lipstick on her knuckles as she tamps mac and cheese into her mouth. Spooked it. What's wrong with leaving things open-ended? Why'd he shut it down so decisively? She did not even come on that strong. It feels pointlessly penalizing that he won't even go for casual sex when she's totally down for it. She can handle it. That's all she's ever handled. Apparently, she's not hot enough to fuck twice, but their friendship meant little enough to risk fucking once. You. So now I feel stupid for letting him take pics. Maybe that was his only goal to begin with. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Seems like he got everything he wanted. Paula. Oh, BB. We hate him now, yes? Typical Venus and Sag. Edwina. LMFAOO. Bye. Get him to turn on location, put his dick and balls in liquid hydrogen, and smash. Sarah. Fetches lab coat and goggles. Fetches comedy-sized mallet. You. Aw. Haha. Thanks. No need to do all that. Love y'all. Paula. Heart emoji. He's actually in my BF's roommate's friend group. Seemed chill when I met him the one time. Yeah, prison for him now. Anjali. Okay, yes. Now that it is safe to say so, I kind of thought that guy seemed sus, LMAO. Didn't you say he works with pedos? Literally, who signs up to do that? Inalyn asked soft boy. Sarah, he's not even that tall. You're way hotter like. Naama. Cosign. Paula. Confirmed hot girl, flames emoji. The cheekbones, check. The ass, check. The everything, all of it, check, check, check. Much as she appreciates their support, her sudden volte-face about Neil's worthiness implies some dishonesty in either their current or earlier support, or both. She doesn't believe they actually think she's attractive. Since college, she has gained an amount of weight that she cannot justify as healthy recovery, and having yet to find the correct hairstyle to frame her new face, she has defaulted to bangs that are too long or short, depending on the day. Given how much younger and hotter they are, she suspects the group chat is patronizing her, or at best, consider her the kind of mild, mousy pretty that provokes no envy, unthreatening to women and imperceptible to men. Don't know Neil well enough to genuinely hate him anyway. Despite her annoyance, she doesn't want to go all in on vitriol. Slight chance they end up together in the future. Regardless, you. Haha. Thanks again, y'all. I needed this. Sarah, the nada babes. Smiley face. To be honest, boys never treat sex as a commitment, so you shouldn't either. No more wasting time on mid-brunettes just because they sling dick. Edwina. Call that a sunk cock fallacy. Anjali. Asterisk. Fallacy with a PH. Thumbs down emoji. Naama. Part 3. Don't even trip. Just cut them loose. Can't get your eggs cracked without cracking a few eggs. Sarah. And whatever you do, don't text him. Woman gesturing no emoji. Maybe even soft block. Anjali. Yes. Eat and delete. We stand a non-self-sabotaging porn. Def not healthy to do. You. I mean, I'm not doing it for my heck, LOL. Asterisk, health. Edwina, heck. Anjali, heck. Sarah, this bitch said heck. Alma named the conversation Heck Appeal. Today, 3:49. Edwina, LOL. Anjali, LOL. The friendship, it seems, has been quietly ruined by its reckless redistricting. Neil stops texting her. She spends entire evenings patrolling his social media in a fugue. Thinking about how his rejecting her to preserve their friendship is exactly what ended it. How it used to be a happy voluntary arrangement and has now become something she is forced to settle for, and settle for, and settle for. Neil gets to come away from it all feeling wise and mature. And unless she wants to end up with nothing, or at least keep him from dismissing her as crazy, grabby borderline, she has to play along. Closest she gets to openly criticizing him is to occasionally post a cryptic song lyric. Ones where if he went and looked up the line right after it, he'd see it was about him and hopefully be devastated. 3 months later, Neil starts liking her posts again, which escalates to wordless exchanges of memes. Till he hits her with a frosty, how you been? Despite where they left off, she's pathetically happy to hear from him. Though also mad at herself for feeling forgiven when she knows she's done nothing wrong. When they at last meet to catch up over coffee, conversation is strained and overly polite. They tiptoe around the incident that necessitated catching up in the first place. Allison realizes she has nothing new to report about her life that doesn't in some way involve trying to get over him. Also absent is any discussion of his current feelings about her, which is the only thing she wants to talk about. She can't broach it without looking hung up. Her disenchantment almost succeeds in getting her to forget him and move on. Until on their next meeting, dinner at the gastropub Neil likes because it has no TVs and a jukebox full of burned CDR bootlegs, he arrives late with a hot, tiny Asian girl. Hope you don't mind I brought a friend. This is Cece, he says. We were just hanging out and it ran late. I figured you guys should meet anyway, since you're both cool. looks and sees what he's doing, bringing his new girlfriend around as a test. Prove she's not bothered. It's so nefarious of him to bring a date without even giving her the chance to dress nicer. She extends her hand and Cece counters by coming in practically spread eagle for a big hug. 6 inches of visible midriff exuding supreme torso confidence. They pick a booth to sit in, Neil instinctively choosing to sit next to Cece. And Allison excuses herself to go to a bathroom stall and gather some intel on Cece. Based on her posts, she seems infuriatingly worthy from a guy perspective, thin with C-cups and a balmy sheen like she's already done 5 minutes of Pilates, plus several differently hot friends and, evidently, a life fulfilling enough to not even need the validation of good looks, traveling often, therefore rich, working in a well-paid creative profession, landscape design, that does not threaten Neil's, and just barely age-appropriate. In her most recent post, Cece is holding her hairless Sphinx cat and a handwritten sign that says, "End Paul Lice brutality, paw prints emoji," with an impassioned 3-paragraph caption that ends with a list of senators to call. The most annoying thing Allison has ever seen. Till she sees the next photo, which shows Cece on a couch in leggings and a sheer tank top with a black bra underneath. Abdomen free of creases or swells even while slouching, holding a gargantuan platter of 7-layer nachos, with her big eyes wide open in sexy pretend alarm, and the caption, "Nachos and negligee," tongue emoji, smiling face with horns emoji, gluttony, glam always, no shame in my food game. Even beyond Cece somehow bungling both the spelling and meaning of negligee, more grating is the pretense that she could feel shame of any kind, that she is not flaunting the very glamour she pretends to disparage, the glamour of getting everything without sacrifice, and that she doesn't know exactly what effect this has on them, on Neil specifically. Oh, it must make him feel so cool to be dating an Asian girl, so small and smooth, so much fun to bounce around in bed. The ensuing pity spiral is predictable, if puzzling. Maybe because this Cece bitch is just so obvious. Allison used to think Neil had more sophisticated tastes, and that explained why he cared about her, why they'd hooked up that one time. Now it feels like he's simply raised his standards. To show she's not bothered, and to punish herself, and to punish him, Allison returns to the booth and endures an hour of conversation. Cece attempts to girl bond with her by asking if she's seen the reality show about people test driving their green card marriages. Allison has absolutely seen it, in all of its spin-offs, but to look smarter than Cece pretends she hasn't, which leads Cece to recap an entire season, ending with a cowardly hedge. Anyway, it's so dumb, but I like it. No, Allison thinks it's so dumb and you like it. When their food comes, Cece spends the whole meal pushing her food around the plate. Makes a big deal of the single enormous bite she takes from her fried fish sandwich, flips over the top half of the bun to cover more of the plate, then complains that the fries are soggy. Get away with not eating them. Brings Allison no greater empathy knowing that she and Cece share these tricks in common. Projecting an unruffled conviviality, Allison keeps ordering rounds for the table, even after Neil and Cece say they've had enough. When they refuse to drink the last round, Allison drinks all 3 herself, one after another. Not really force her to stop. She becomes unable to stop smiling. And at a certain point, she feels that now is a great time to bring up the fact that she and Neil once hooked up, just to get it out in the open, so Cece will be reassured that it's all behind them. It's so not a big deal that they can joke about it all they want. But it doesn't come out gracefully, tone-wise. She should not have brought up his nipple-sucking proclivities, or how it makes sense he'd date a Filipina girl because he likes them dusky, that his parents would disown him if he ever dated anyone black or Latina. No, she can tell from the way Cece keeps saying, Oh, Neil is yanking at the drawstrings of his hoodie. She should not have said these things. Hey, Neil says. Hang on. Cece and I aren't even... You know what? I knew you'd pull some shit like this. I knew you couldn't be chill. Fuck it, we're going. He stands, and his little Asian princess follows, whispering something to him that makes him laugh as they leave the bar. Plummeting into bed that night, now she feels like a martini without its glass, a sloppy puddle of poison. The next morning, she's so hungover she has to sit on the bathtub rim while she's brushing her teeth. The morning dump is like a multi-stage rocket launch, so loud and fervid and aerosol that to psychically recover afterward, she takes a 15-minute shower, buys some white linen sheets online. Cycling through her tabs, she finds the email from Neil that she more or less expected. Listen, I don't want things to fester after last night, so I feel like it's important to say I apologize if bringing my friend around caught you off guard. But that got way more fucked up than it had to be. You made it that way. I feel like I've made my boundaries pretty clear, and you agreed to them, and now you're acting like I'm cheating on you. And for no reason. Cece and I are, I repeat, not dating. I don't know why you wouldn't just take my word for that. Allison slouches. Screen trembles. Gently worded restraint feels like proof of his low opinion of her. Still, does she really bear sole responsibility here? He's the one who did the thing that made her act fucked up. Why should he get to dictate the terms of surrender? Should she accept them? This email goes on for a bit longer and concludes, we've known each other a long time, and if it's one thing I know, it's that you always manage to convince yourself that when you act out, you're only hurting yourself or are justified in hurting others as long as you suffer too. I do not think it is unfair to say you have a habit of passively consenting to miserable situations or even baiting them out of people so you can later weaponize your sadness. Like, you even joked about how you do that. I've seen it. The obvious glee you take in talking about how awful men have been to you, and now it looks like you decided to make me one of them. I guess you believe that's what makes you sympathetic, or you need it to lend gravitas to otherwise ordinary dissatisfaction. You want to drag people down into the mud with you. And when it backfires, because why would it not backfire, you fall back to your bunker of victimhood. It's a good thing Cece has a sense of humor. I talked to her and she forgives you, even though she didn't have to. But she didn't do anything to deserve this kind of treatment. And if it keeps up, then I don't know what's going to happen with you and me. P.S. For future reference, Cece is Korean, not Filipino. Like, how did you even land on Filipino? That's so random. Eh. Oh, nice. Fun. Okay. So being miserable is a choice? It's her fault for consenting to the misery and not his for causing it? Well, if she's such a fucking mess, so unable to resist lashing out, why'd he introduce her to Cece at all? It's so fucked up of him to use things she's confided to him in the past in the spirit of self-criticism against her. And implying she's racist just for pointing out his obvious racist and sexist fetishism? Pretending that's what he's mad about? Racism, when all he's doing is looking for excuses to vilify her. God. Before, Allison might have accepted some of the blame. This email convinces her she was right all along. Her anger cremates away all her affection for him, but not the obsession, leaving her a scorched skeleton of wrath. Now that he's had his ego boost, his little pump and dump with a keepsake pic to beat off to for the rest of his life, how convenient to write her off as some insane bitch. Well, all she can do is moon over a relationship that no one could prove wouldn't have been good. He got everything he wanted and she got nothing. Less than nothing. She's forced to choose between self-respect and peace of mind when each requires the other, so it is a choice between nothing and nothing. So She went too far. Fine. All she cares about is how she can make him own his share of the blame. Confront him with her grievances? No, that'd look petulant and reactive. Did she respond with a simple LOL? Being glib would give him an excuse to sever their friendship with equally low effort, and he'd probably feel more relief than guilt. Ignore him? Wounded, weak, mind game. Plus, her absence would be punitive only if he cared about her. Retaliation is impossible when he's doing so well. All she can do is scrabble around in ineffectual rage like a cat chasing a laser. In any case, Allison decides she won't act petty. Not because she isn't petty, but because she's holding out for, at the very least, a mutual apology. She stays up late composing her reply, writing that she is really sorry, full stop. She's not going to lie and pretend she didn't mean anything she said, but knows it was inappropriate. Clearly, she's underestimated how much of her own shit she has to deal with, which has only partly to do with him. He's always been a good friend and doesn't deserve any grief for communicating his boundaries and keeping things from festering between them. Would he please pass her apology along? Doesn't owe her his friendship, still. She'd appreciate it if he's offering. But this simpering dog shit email, she wants to give him absolutely nothing to falter for. Oh, maybe she's just telling herself that, and is in reality indulging her wretched people-pleasing good girl complex. Though she'd actually be glad to people-please in the trusting confines of her relationship. Waiting sensibly until the morning, she rereads it, tones it down even further, and sends it. 3 minutes later, Gil replies, "Aye, we're good." Thumbs up emoji. Motherfuck. It was a setup. He didn't fall for her reverse psychology. She fell for his regular psychology. If she'd known he'd respond this way, she would have annihilated him like he deserved. But backpedaling now would only confirm his idea of her as dishonest and conniving, which she was not, except with him. Why would he bother keeping up this facade of friendship? Don't answer that. I know why, duh. The more open and direct and accommodating he pretends to be, the more he can convince himself I'm the one who's crossed the line. Like I'm this crazy bitch and he's this level-headed UN peacekeeper trying to de-escalate. Because regardless of how they actually behave, men prize the abstract sense of their own integrity over literally everything, especially non-sexual relationships with women. Although it was sexual at one point, and he's acting like it somehow didn't count. Sometimes I wonder if he pulled back from the brink of a relationship because he knew he'd lose the advantage of a one-sided dynamic. This way, he gets to feed his ego effortlessly without any of the hard work of relationship maintenance. And because he cleverly preempted me by pathologizing any negative feelings I might have as weaponized sadness, I can't even express any of these valid frustrations with him, which precludes actual friendship. So I'm trapped in hell. I don't know. Oh, hon, that's awful. Let's take a breath and get centered. And I can't get over the absolute gall of him trotting out his new hairless Asian child bride in front of me. I guess she's technically legal, but we all know why men are into that. Anjali, whoa now. Truly, the cherry on top. And her trying to act like we're friends, sitting there all like, oh, hi, so you're the old slam pig. Nice to meet you fat white bitch. Hello. Not that her being an Asian cis has anything to do with it. No, of course not. That's the wild thing. He went there. He tried to act like I was only bothered about it because of her race. Which, you guys know me, it totally wasn't about that at all. Sorry if it sounded that way. I didn't express myself correctly. Tone is tough over text. I know I'm spiraling a bit, I know. If it's one thing Neil's a genius at, it's putting me at fault and making me sound awful and crazy. And I know I'm not. Anjali. Well, it sounds like you've been really hard on yourself, babes. Maybe set aside a specific time for wallowing, like 30 minutes a day, tops. Helps for my anxiety anyway. I use this meditation app. Edwina. Bitch, cut this man loose. He's playing in your face. Like he's fine, but his pronouns are ho-hum. Paula, no sign Ange and Edwina. Cutting out booze and cigs helped me, too. Got to feeling like I always had mild flu. You need therapy, BB? You. Nah, I used to be. For 9 years, actually. I'm sorry, I know we're pro-therapy in here. I suppose I am too, in principle, but it just never worked out for me. Sitting in a chair and dilating for 45 minutes, crying over the same stuff I already cry over all the time anyway. All I really did was give my problems new names, which only made them easier to dwell on. I tried so many therapists, too, 6 of them. No one felt right. No one understood. Switching therapists until I found the one started to feel exactly like dating, which was clearly not helpful. The last one had this permanent burst blood vessel in his eye, and it was super distracting. He said it was from blood damage. It made me sad. Plus, he liked saying shit like, let's just sit here and breathe the same air. He did get me on vitamin D, though, which helped, I guess. No. Can't afford therapy anymore regardless. All the good ones are out of network. LOL. Anyway, sorry to go on for so long. Thanks for letting me vent. My old shrink used to tell me I'm an external processor. Just psych code, I guess, for being a mouthy broad. Sarah, join the grippy sock girlies in Club Lexapro. 20 milligrams in the place to be, for real, for real. Nama. Oh, yes. Combo Lexapro, Wellbutrin plus therapy, like a Z-Pack for your brain. Literally changed my life. Girls are getting mood stabilized. Holla, serotonin. You. Why would I need antidepressants? I'm already boring. Uh-huh. Sarah. Question mark? You. Wait, I didn't mean you're boring, Sarah Nama. I was just talking about me, LOL. Not about you. Sarah, you're good. Thumbs up emoji. Edwina, my life hack equals year-round seasonal affective disorder lamp. I do swear by it. Anjali, my wax lady says ketamine injections knocked her out of her depression in like 6 weeks. It's money with wings emoji, but could be worth. Sarah, climbing gym saved my life, to be honest. Can't beat yourself up if you're exhausted. I can send you a 1-week guest pass if you want. I get a referral bonus. Money mouth face emoji. Paula. Ooh, can I get down on that guest pass? Me, wanty. Edwina. Yes, God. Ari, ketamine. Should we look up some kind of cabin plus take it together? I'll get test strips and whatnot. You. But honestly, the thing that pisses me off most is he's so clearly lying about not dating that Asian girl. She is absolutely his type, i.e. tiny, meek. I'm not stupid. And he knows I'm not stupid, I think. And he wouldn't bother lying about it if he didn't know on some level that he had something to feel guilty about. So he's tacitly acknowledging that he's done wrong. But like, how do I call him out for that? Or should I even? I just... Oh. Edwina. Girl. Anjali. Oh, hon, you just need to get you some Garden Fresh dick. Don't use the Lonely app, use the Horny app. Order that shit like a pizza. Paula, let the sausage cure you. Be kind to yourself, baby. After she cuts Neil off, not that he notices, the following months feel like slow, non-lethal drowning. Every emotion besides anger and regret becomes blunted. She dyes her hair popsicle red and nothing changes. Though dating is Allison's lowest priority, she follows her group chat's advice and gets on the apps. For a time, she experiments with ethical non-monogamy, which, though its loudest practitioners seem very corny, is at least unlike the conventional couples she's grown to despise. But in practice, she faces down a gauntlet of gym selfies, fish selfies, selfies cropped to conceal baldness. Plus, the relationships are so brief they seldom overlap, meaning she's not technically even poly, just hopscotching mile after mile of the dreariest dick imaginable. The ceaseless kayfabe of bad sex with divorced dads and DJs. The sociopathic nudnicks who either wind up jealous and clingy or never ask her questions about herself. The otherwise handsome men over 50 whose DMs are like, "Hi, Allison, great style. Hi." The gallant fellow with a surprise last-second request to come on her feet, who then falls asleep,
Hi, y'all.
leaving her to waddle on her heels, leaving a trail of nut prints to the bathroom. She starts keeping track of her failures in her notes app, an index of icks.
What's a trail of nut prints?
Smelled like a baby. Said technically too much. Said whenever he took a bite of food. Kept shazamming the music. Hiccups the whole time I was going down on him. Kept his Invisalign trays in while going down on me. Said cromulent. Drizzled pineapple vape juice directly onto his tongue. Shamed me for never having read Deleuze. Later insisted condoms hurt. Eats stuffing every week, not just Thanksgiving. Eventually,
K6,
realizing that she does not actually want to remember
books
these
are
things, she switches to keeping track of her dates
not my
using the
fault.
contact names on her phone. Mr.
I don't
Snoopy,
write like
Mr.
this.
Gifts, Mesh Shorts, Esports Guy, Beach Towel, Angry Vegan Doctor, Ugly Dog. And then there is the feminist, guy she had a minor crush on in high school, who she becomes reacquainted with when they both angrily comment on a dumb Facebook post about how women can't code. Her former crush hasn't exactly blossomed, looks-wise, but when he asks her out, she has no reason to say no. The date is powerfully bad. He's so weenily deferential, over-groomed in his little blazer with a graphic tee and matching Vans and raw selvage denim. He has that sort of lenticular baldness where you can see the thinning patches only at an angle. Unlike
I really
most
only
guys,
wanted to
he
hear that
does ask
first story. Louis C.K. wrote a book, and I've got it. And there's my library. Actually, fuck that. I want to listen to some fun. Downloaded. I don't have year one. Why don't I have year one?
This is Audible.
Notes. Still.
The true Lord of Darkness is upon you.
Controllers. Alright. First thing. Series. I don't have year one. Yes, I do. Okay, fuck it. Where'd it go? Bye. Must have been free. Okay.
This is Audible.
Cantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Superpowered's Year One by Drew Hayes. Narrated by Kyle McCarley. Prologue. The two well-dressed men materialized outside of a small, white brick building. The taller of the two pulled out a miniature notepad, made an entry with the slash of a few pen strokes, and then stowed it away
God
once
damn it.
more.
Where'd she go?
Where are we, Mr. Transport?
The speaker was the shorter man, wearing a black suit with a black tie, and presently putting on a pair of black sunglasses to fight back the sun's penetrating glare.
Arizona, Mr. Numbers,
replied the taller man, who by elimination could only be Mr. Transport, as he adjusted the sunglasses he had put on before they departed.
I was under the impression our next case was in Colorado,
Commented Mr. Numbers.
he was. However, there was an incident last week. Circumstances required that he be moved to a location able to accommodate his specific needs.
I see.
Said Mr. Numbers. With that, the two of them walked around to the front of the building and proceeded inward. They were stopped as soon as they entered, not by the expected poorly paid security guard, but rather by an elderly man wearing a white lab coat.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've been expecting you,
Said the white-coated man.
My name is Dr. Hubert.
Mr. Numbers cocked his eyebrow slightly, and Mr. Transport replied with an almost imperceptible nod. This exchange took the place of the relevant conversation, which would consist of Mr. Numbers asking if the name and call-ahead had checked out, and Mr. Transport reporting that it had. This method was more efficient, though, and had the added benefit of allowing the duo to take people by surprise when things were not quite so congruent.
We'd like to see the boy.
Said Mr. Numbers.
Of course you would.
Dr. Hubert agreed.
However, first, I'm afraid I must ask you to take off anything electrical. Watches, phones, anything with a battery must go. I do hope neither of you has a pacemaker.
Neither Mr. Numbers nor Mr. Transport had pacemakers. They did both carry expensive, high-powered phones, though, as well as top-of-the-line watches and a pair of taser guns. All of these were deposited into a small safe in the front lobby area with Dr. Hubert's adamant assurances that everything would be returned once they were done. Neither Mr. Numbers nor Mr. Transport showed any concern about the safety of their valuables. Once that was completed, Dr. Hubert pulled out a small candle and lit it, then repeated the procedure twice more until all three men were equipped with a diminutive wax lighting instrument. Dr. Hubert kept expecting one of the men to ask why they had shed their electronics and were being handed candles in the middle of the day. They did not. Dr. Hubert led them through the doors of the lobby into a dimly lit hallway covered in green tile. They made their way down it, coming to a solid steel door at the end. Dr. Hubert made a quick series of punches on the keypad, and the door released, opening to reveal total darkness. As the trio stepped through, the door shut behind them, leaving them with only their candles to see by. Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport paused to remove their sunglasses. Their eyes adjusted, and they realized they had stepped into another hallway, this one formed of solid concrete. There were no doors to their sides, only another metal one at the end of the hallway. Dr. Hubert began the walk down, moving more briskly than he had before. Mr. Numbers observed that the deeper into this place they went, the more nervous Dr. Hubert became. He filed that away, and then began following, a few paces behind. They made their way down the hallway without incident, then stepped through the next metal door. Inside was what looked like a large concrete bunker, with a sizable glass window peering into the next room. Though both strained, they could not make out anything in the pitch black on the other side of the glass.
He's normally more stable than this,
Dr. Hubert said.
but unfortunately he was trying to fix his toaster a few days ago and received a nasty electrical shock.
Ah, said Mr. Numbers.
So that's why a quarter of Colorado lost power last week. Yes,
admitted Dr. Hubert.
before he was able to sever the connection, he had drained his own city's power supply, along with that of all the areas surrounding it. We're trying to help him burn off all that electricity, but it comes in spurts and is almost impossible to predict.
I see, said Mr. Transport.
It's also affecting his natural abilities,
Continued Dr. Hubert.
That's why I had you remove all electrical devices, and why we are keeping him out of the sunlight. He's been pulling from anything that gets even remotely close to him.
As if on cue, Mr. Number's candle jerked violently in the direction of the window and went dark.
I'm sorry he's not more stable today.
Dr. Hubert apologized again.
If he were, he wouldn't be in consideration for our program,
said Mr. Numbers, eyes still trained on his now dark candle.
Oh, does that mean you're still counting him as a possibility?
Dr. Hubert asked. There will be some preliminary testing and an interview process, said Mr. Transport. But if I were to offer my opinion, I would say we have a very viable candidate on the other side of that glass. Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport next materialized before a hospital in Nevada. Mr. Transport again produced his notepad, jotted down a few scribbles, and then put it back where it belonged. Another incident? Mr. Numbers asked. Par for the course with this one, to my understanding, replied Mr. Transport. The duo then entered the hospital. They spoke briefly to a nurse, producing badges that rendered her silent, procured the information they needed, and then headed upstairs. It was something of a walk to get where they were heading, and by the time they were done, they had crossed out of the main hospital and into a more run-down attachment wing. The doctors here were fewer and more haggard, and the walls looked worn down and repainted. Hospitals were never what Mr. Transport thought of as cheerful, but this area was enough to inspire one to end it all, which very well might have been the point. Mr. Numbers stopped at the appropriate room, and the two entered. It was like the rest of the wing, worn down, beat up, and hopeless. This one had two unique additions, though. A young man lying in a hospital bed, and a recently exploded television that was still smoking. Mr. Campbell, greeted Mr. Transport. A pleasure to meet you. Call me Nick, said the boy. He spoke with an easy tone that matched his overly relaxed appearance. Despite the mandatory hospital gown, he had still taken the time to gel his thick hair. And I take it you two are my interview committee? Indeed, confirmed Mr. Transport. What happened to the television? It's me. I went to turn the thing on and I guess the tube's overloaded or something, answered Nick. I see, said Mr. Transport skeptically. Mr. Numbers had been browsing through Nick's chart during the exchange with Mr. Transport and chose this time to jump in.
So, according to the records, you won a $10,000 scratch-off ticket, after which you were hit by a bus while celebrating in the street, which knocked you into a bounce house that had been set up nearby. A bounce house whose motor had the poor timing to overload and explode after your impact. Do I have everything correct? You might want to tack on that my winnings just covered my hospital bill and damages owed to the bounce house owner, Nick added. You were held accountable for the damages, Mr. Transport said. It wasn't a question, but Nick chose to take it as one anyway. Well, you know how it is. People tend to blame my kind first and ask questions later, Nick said, not quite managing to mask the bitterness in his voice. We know, Mr. Campbell, said Mr. Numbers. That's exactly what brought us here today.
Mr. Transport walked over to the room's entrance and shut the door firmly. The two next appeared in a forest. This wasn't a forest in the sense of parks that can seem sprawling, or a cluster of spruces that can form on the side of an untended highway. This was a forest in an ancient and powerful sense, with trees that were massive and served as ecosystems within their ecosystem. This was a place untouched and unaware of all the progress Homo sapiens had made with their pitiful time upon the Earth. Untouched, that is, with the exception of the trailer a few feet away from Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport. Sitting in a rocking chair, sipping a glass of lemonade, was a young girl whose file said 17, but whose face said 14. She was wiry and lean, with short hair that poked up in several different directions. She stared at the two of them unblinkingly, and the two stared right back at her. The three of them stood in silence for several minutes like that, the girl's eyes flitting between the two of them, theirs remaining constant on her. At last, the girl took a long sip of her lemonade and said out loud, "It sounds lovely." A simultaneous nod came from Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport, and then they were gone.
Shull, come downstairs. The nice men are here to see you.
The speaker was a dowdy woman in her 50s who was setting down a kettle and cups in front of Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport.
Are you sure I can't get you gentlemen anything to eat?
"Thank you, Mrs. Daniels, but we are quite comfortable," said Mr. Numbers.
Oh, no need for that. Please, call me Sally.
Mrs. Daniels replied, her eyes lingering on Mr. Numbers and the strong figure housed beneath the covering of his black suit.
Good morrow, my men,
said Herschel as he descended the stairs into the yellow-painted kitchen. Herschel was a portly young man with long, dirty blonde hair dribbling down to his chin and a forest green shirt underneath the rich royal purple of his cape. "Why are you wearing a cape?" Mr. Transport was unable to suppress his own curiosity.
It's a cloak,
Herschel corrected.
After we partake in a large lunch, my men and I are taking the castle up at Rothring Peak and doing battle with a foul vampire lord. My little Herschel is a bit overly creative,
Mrs. Daniels commented.
He and his friends are active in the community's live-action role-playing club.
Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport exchanged a look. There is no need for clarification on the meaning of this one.
Well, we don't want to keep you,
Mr. Numbers said honestly.
However, we were hoping to speak with Roy, if that's at all possible.
Oh, said Herschel, disappointment sweeping across his face.
Of course, everyone wants to talk to Roy. It's just that we have some things to discuss with him.
Mr. Numbers attempted to clarify.
I'm sorry,
Herschel said.
I don't think he'll be around today. He went to a country bar last night and... well, he usually doesn't show up for a while after uproars like that.
"Aw," said Mr. Transport. "That does explain the cleanup crew that was dispatched this morning." Mr. Numbers shot Mr. Transport a look, but Mr. Transport merely shrugged, as if to say he didn't find it to be of any importance.
If that's the case, then we will be on our way,
said Mr. Numbers.
I don't want to keep you from your activities. We will need to speak with Roy at a later date. Wait,
Herschel said, jumping to his feet.
I know what you're here about, and I really want to get in. I'm tired of living like this. Never knowing when it will happen. Never knowing where I'll wake up. Please, if you can really help me control it, please don't leave.
It's okay, Herschel. Mr. Transport said as he patted the large boy on his shoulder. We aren't giving up on you just because of a reschedule. You're a serious candidate for our program. I promise we'll be back once we can talk to Roy as well. Herschel nodded his understanding, and then turned away quickly, so the two men wouldn't see the tears forming in his eyes. He didn't know what his chances were at the moment.
Hi, Brad.
But he was smart enough to guess that crying in front of the agents wouldn't help things. Numbers tapped impatiently on Mr. Transport's shoulder and gestured to his watch. Mr. Transport nodded and then turned his head to Mrs. Daniels. Thank you for the tea, said Mr. Transport, just before they vanished. The duo appeared in a sprawling garden, under a gazebo and next to a pair of wicker chairs. There was a small serving cart on the far side of a stone table. Sitting next to the cart and sipping on a cocktail was a man. He wore a white, open-throated shirt and a pair of khakis. This man was getting on in years, but wearing them unbelievably well. It's not that the signs of age weren't present, but that they served to draw out and enhance his fine features rather than muddle them. I'm glad you could make it, greeted the man in a voice that made clear, without apology, that he had never considered their presence optional. Our pleasure, Mr. Adair, Mr. Numbers said hurriedly. For the first time all day, for the first time in years, really, the pair was showing signs of nervousness. They had been told of their required presence for this meeting, but not about the subject matter it concerned. That left both of them feeling something they were not accustomed to. Vulnerable. Sit, said Mr. Adair. Can I get you something to drink? I'd like a gin and tonic, if it's no trouble, sir, said Mr. Transport. This was their final meeting of the day, so Mr. Transport didn't see the harm in indulging just a bit. Just water for me, thanks, said Mr. Numbers. Mr. Numbers was already writing out the riot act he was going to read Mr. Transport for asking for alcohol while on the job, but facially, he was working hard to keep everything upbeat, positive. Mr. Adair pulled 2 glasses from the cart at his side, then a carafe from which he poured water into both. He handed the glass as it was to Mr. Numbers, but dipped his finger into Mr. Transport's. Immediately, the liquid bubbled and fizzed, stabilizing seconds later when Mr. Adair handed the glass to Mr. Transport. Both drinks were delicious. Mr. Transport wished his had been made in the traditional way, so he could have asked for a recipe. I know you boys are busy. I won't mince words, said Mr. Adair. You're here because you two are the admissions committee for the new program that is launching. Well, it isn't quite that simple, said Mr. Numbers. There are evaluations and approvals and whatnot. Humility is wasted on the powerful, Mr. Numbers, said Mr. Adair. You are 2 of the most trusted agents in your company, with good reason. You both have abilities that would have made you well-known heroes. Instead, you chose to do the same work without the prestige. You are loyal, reliable, and dependable. Whomever you recommend for this program will be who gets in. You know it, I know it, and everyone who matters.
What an emotional display.
Mr. Adair punctuated his words by pouring himself a glass of water and swirling his finger about until the liquid turned a deep golden hue. Mr. Numbers didn't have a reply for this one. He could already see any attempts to defer responsibility on that account were a lost cause. So, with that said, I asked you here to meet me because there will be one addition to the program that you will both endorse fully. said Mr. Adair, pausing to take a sip of his cocktail. And who would that be, sir? Mr. Numbers asked.
My daughter, Alice,
Said Mr. Adair.
she is a powered person born with superhuman ability. Unlike a super, she lacks the capacity to freely control them. I'm sure your thorough friend here has already found that out.
Mr. Adair gestured to Mr. Transport.
My research said that she was in the non-lethal category,
Said Mr. Transport.
she was, correct? You are correct, Mr. Transport.
Said Mr. Adair.
My daughter's power is tethered to her emotions. She gets happy, she winds up bouncing off the ceiling. If we're lucky enough to have a ceiling over her at the time.
Forgive me for saying this, said Mr. Numbers, but the program's initial testing cases are supposed to be powered with desirable abilities that are currently a danger to themselves and others,
I know.
said Mr. Adair.
That's why I called you here to tell you that you would recommend her, instead of going through the channels to submit her as a viable specimen. With all due respect, Mr. Adair, that would compromise both our duties to the program and the company,
Said Mr. Transport. Mr. Adair said nothing in response at first. He leaned back in his wicker chair and stirred his drink with his finger. As he stirred, the colors changed, going through a rainbow of shades and depths. Finally, it settled on a light pink, and Mr. Adair took a sip.
Mr. Transport,
Mr. Adair began.
you know what my code name, correct?
The Alchemist, Mr. Transport answered readily.
Right. And you know why I am called that, yes?
Because you have the ability to manipulate and change the properties of matter, said Mr. Transport.
Correct again.
Mr. Adair said.
So maybe what you are missing is my role in this world. You see, while other supers defend their homes or countries, I defend our economy. I turn radioactive sludge into oil, rocks into gold, worthlessness to priceless. Most supers seek to garner favor from politicians and leaders. Leaders and politicians work to garner favor from me. I am one of the primary shareholders of the company you both work for, as well as several other powerful corporations. I am not going to threaten either of you because we all know my abilities are ill-suited to a physical altercation. I am simply going to tell you that you will recommend my daughter for the first trial of the new program. Understood?
Mr. Numbers looked at Mr. Transport. They had been partners for many years and had learned to read each other's cues like a second language. There was no question for Mr. Transport as to what Mr. Numbers was telling him right then. Time to roll over. Yes, sir, said Mr. Numbers.
Good. Glad we understand each other,
Said Mr. Adair.
So when will things get started?
1. 6 months later. Vince adjusted his backpack to put its weight on his other shoulder. 2 months since the procedure had ended, and he'd been put in recovery, and still his body felt like it was aching and healing. He never remembered feeling like this beforehand, but in all fairness, there were plenty of other things that hadn't existed beforehand either. Today was an excellent example of what going through the program had yielded him. He was walking across the beautiful, sprawling college campus of Lander University, passing other kids his age, and blending in like a normal person. Well, almost anyway. His damn hair still made him stand out. One of his biggest hopes had been that a side effect of the procedures would be his hair becoming a normal color. But no such luck. It was still silver, like it had always been. And not old man silver either. Silver like moonbeams glinting off steel. It wasn't that it was unattractive. In fact, it accentuated Vince's bright blue eyes quite nicely. No, the problem was that his hair marked him as different. After all these years, Vince was yearning to be nothing more than a face in the crowd. At least we're in California, Vince mumbled under his breath as he quickened his steps. He was getting second glances from the other students, but not as many as he was used to. He also passed a few people whose looks made him do double takes of his own. It was comforting, in a mutual freak sort of way. By the time Vince reached his dorm assignment, he was back on the positive side of things. After all, this was what he had worked for during those 2 months of recovery. Studying and being tutored so that he could get his GED and come to this college. It had been hell to concentrate, especially with his body still adjusting to everything. But he had put in the time, pulled it off. It was an opportunity he couldn't let slip away. Besides, the nurses and technicians had told him the other people from the program would be given the option to come here too. The building Vince walked up to looked less like a dorm and more like a medium-sized house. He didn't see how it was possible to fit so many people into this one-story brick home, but he trusted that whoever was managing housing had that in hand. Vince walked through the front door and shifted his backpack once more. It bounced and landed on his shoulder lightly, betraying that it was far from stuffed to the brim with Vince's few articles of clothing and worldly possessions. The first things every wanderer lets go of is his unnecessary items. Travel light, move quick, stay alive. That was the code that kept Vince breathing and his abilities in check. That was behind him. In front of Vince was a cream-colored wall with a notice welcoming him to Melbrook Hall. There was another wall to his left and a hallway to his right. The notice had an arrow directing him to follow the foyer and then take a left. Vince did as he was told and found himself looking at a sturdy door, no window or discernible handle. There was only a small box jutting out with an oval-shaped green pad on top. Vince might not have been the most up-to-date with technology, but even he could figure this one out. He pressed his thumb to the oval, and after a minute, the door opened with a small beep. Vince stepped out of the foyer and into what looked more like a living room than anything else. There were several couches and chairs set up, a metal coffee table in the center of the room, and a large, flat-screen television on the wall directly across from him. Everything was decorated in white and red, and smelled like an odd combination of flowers and chemicals, which Vince could only assume meant they were using an artificial air freshener. He walked around the room, taking in the scene. On each wall, perpendicular to the entrance, was another metal door and scanner, a sign above each. The one to the left of the entrance was boys, while the one to the right said, predictably, girls. Vince went over to the television, only to notice that there were open doorways on either side that one could walk through. Vince did just that, and found himself in a white-tiled kitchen. It had a large sink, a stove with multiple burners and a griddle, and all kind of cooking knickknacks that Vince had neither the knowledge nor the experience to make anything out of. At the back of the kitchen, on the right, was a cupboard, which Vince opened to discover a fully stocked pantry. On the left was another metal door. This one, however, had neither a sign above it nor a fingerprint scanner. Vince walked out of the kitchen and back into the living room, then over to the boys' door. As he walked, he carefully skirted away from wall outlets whenever possible. He hadn't had an accident since the procedure. That didn't mean he was eager to test his luck. Pressing his thumb to the scanner, the door opened, and Vince walked into what he could only assume was the common room. There was another television on the far end, along with pool and ping pong tables. The other end held a set of dartboards and a wooden door with the word bathroom on it. Opposite the entrance were 3 more metal doors. These had scanners clearly in place, but no signs, though they were numbered 1, 2, and 3. With a shrug and a heft of his pack, Vince walked over to the middle door. He pressed his thumb down and waited for the beep. This time, all that came out was a harsh buzzer. He tried twice more before giving up and trying the room on the left, which was room 1. This time, the door buzzed and opened, though Vince couldn't help noticing a chime that followed the usual opening sounds. He wasn't sure what that meant, and the sight before him left him little free brain space in which to contemplate it. Saying his room was luxurious would be something of an overstatement, but it was definitely more opulent than a boy who was always on the run was accustomed to. There was a large bed in one corner, with a desk and computer set up in the other. Between the two was a large window, sunlight streaming through the blue curtain. The floor was carpeted, and as Vince walked across it, he saw that opposite the desk, there was a closet next to a chest of drawers. Slipping his pack off, Vince walked over and pulled open a drawer, trying to figure out if he had enough clothing to warrant any kind of organizational system. Shocked to see that the drawer he'd opened already contained many, many pairs of socks. Checking the next drawer, he found shorts, then t-shirts. He went back to the top and found boxers. He slammed that drawer shut more quickly than the others.
Must be eradicated.
Synapses flying, Vince came to the only logical conclusion. Rud. This is someone else's room. It only made sense. This place was too nice and too well furnished. Why had the door let him in, though? Vince brushed that thought out of his head quickly. It was faulty equipment, not intentional, but it wouldn't make it less awkward if this room's inhabitant came home to find an intruder. Vince turned on his heels, snatching up his backpack and bolting for the door. All of which landed him face to face with a taller boy standing in the doorway, wearing sunglasses and running a comb through his sandy brown hair. 2. Vince froze in place, staring at the room's owner and wondering how to explain the mix-up. It wasn't his fault, after all. This still wasn't the first impression he'd wanted to make on his new dorm mate. Vince groped around his head, looking for words to break the silence. Luckily, the boy in the door did it for him. "Dude, that's some rockin' hair," he said. Thank you," Vince replied softly. "I'm sorry I'm in your room. The door opened and I didn't know." Vince just trailed off, the look of confusion on the boy's face making him more unsure with each passing second. "You're not in my room, neighbor. You're in your room. I'm in 2, the boy told him. "I heard you trying to buzz into mine and realized someone else was here, so I came to say hi." "This can't be my room," Vince said, trying to explain. "It already has sheets and clothes and everything." "Yeah, my guess is that's because they thought you needed those things," the boy with sunglasses explained. "The doors are keyed to us. They only open for the right person. If this room opened for you, then it's because it's your room. Did you even read the letter they gave you?" "Letter?" Vince asked with a sense of dread. He did remember a slip of paper that had fallen out of his pack when the taxi had dropped him off. but he had just dismissed it as an old food wrapper or something. "I'll get mine," said the boy. "Hang on a sec. What's your name?" "Vince," said Vince. "Nice. You can call me Nick," he said, as he stepped out of the room. He came back mere moments later, holding a white piece of paper with fold lines across it. "Here we go," Nick said. "Rooms have been set up for each attending member by the program. These will be stocked for members as deemed necessary and are keyed to each attendee's individual fingerprints. Communal areas are open to all, but will be under the jurisdiction of your administrators. You are expected to be in the central common room promptly at 7 p.m. on move-in day to meet with your administrators and go over dorm rules." "Huh," said Vince. "Lucky you held on to that, or I wouldn't have even known about the meeting, let alone about my room." Vince plunked down on his bed, shedding his pack at long last. "Good choice of words," Nick commented, pulling out the chair from Vince's desk and helping himself to a seat. "What do you mean?" Vince asked. It's nothing. Just... Well, you said lucky," Nick said. "What about it?" Vince kept prodding. Instead of answering, Nick pulled a set of dice from his jeans. He closed his eyes, an act only visible despite the sunglasses due to the over-exaggerated scrunching of his face, breathed deeply for a moment, then tossed them onto the desk. "Double sixes," Vince observed. Nick nodded. He then took the dice, closed his eyes once more, and, a deep breath later, threw them on the table again.
God damn it.
"Double sixes. Again," Vince said. "So you use trick dice?" "Try them," Nick replied. He scooped up the dice and offered them to Vince. Vince got off the bed, took the dice from Nick's hand, and examined them.
Fuck me.
They had 6 different numbers on each side, and felt as though they were weighted normally. Still, Vince wasn't sure enough in his tactile perception to trust merely holding them for an answer. He threw the dice on the desk for himself. 3 and 5, Vince said. "So you know how to spin them?" "Do it again," Nick told him. This time, he closed his eyes and didn't exhale until Vince's throw hit the table. "Double ones," Vince noted. "So?" "Again," Nick instructed him.
For this moment.
Vince repeated his throw 3 more times. Each time, Nick closed his eyes, and Vince wound up with double ones. After the 3rd time, Vince let the dice rest on the table. He went back to his bed and sat on the edge. "Are you telekinetic? Is that how you control the landing?" Vince asked. Nick shook his head. "I can't move things with my mind. At least, not on purpose. My power is luck. It can be good, or it can be bad. But if it's luck, I've got some say over it." "Luck? How does that work?" "Not to insult, I just tend to think of luck as more of an abstract concept than a viable ability," Vince said. "No insult taken," Nick assured him. "I don't really know how it works. The docs tried to explain something about quantum probabilities and minute alterations in the fabric of reality. But at the end of the day, all I know how to say is that it's luck. And mine is a lot better since I got it under control." Vince winced inwardly. That must have been pretty terrible. Or, it was, and it wasn't, Nick said with a shrug. "At least my ability came in 2 flavors. You know, I kissed a supermodel once. I was out with some friends, and they played spin the bottle at the restaurant we were both at, and, well, pointed to me. Of course, then I went outside to find my car had caught fire, but hey, gotta take the good with the bad." "You're upbeat about this," Vince said. "Sure am," Nick replied with a smile. "That's all in the past. We're not like that anymore. We're the first people in history to go from being powered to being super. I still don't understand what they did to us for those months, and I don't care.
far as I'm concerned, getting into that program was the best stroke of luck my ability ever gave me. So why the sunglasses? Vince said to change the subject. He didn't want to rain on Nick's parade, but he had been dealt too much disappointment in his life to just trust that his abilities were under control now and forever. If anyone in authority asks, it's because using my power can give me headaches that leave me sensitive to light, Nick explained. But between you and me, I just think they make me look cool. What about your hair? Natural? Unfortunately, Vince replied. One of those weird traits people with abilities sometimes get. Damn stuff basically drinks dye, too, so there's no way for me to change its color. You could shave it, Nick pointed out. Thanks, but no thanks, Vince countered. I tried that once. Some guys can pull off the bald look. I am not one of those guys. I'd rather be the weirdo with silver hair than the freakish man baby. An understandable choice, Nick conceded. Well, with you here, that rounds out the boys' side. I wonder if any girls have gotten here yet. Wait, who's our third roommate? Vince asked. I haven't met anyone but you so far. Our third got here early and went out to explore the campus, Nick told him. You'll see him tonight at the dorm meeting. He's an interesting fella. That doesn't sound good, Vince said. No, but it doesn't sound bad either, Nick pointed out. Come on, you just arrived and I'm famished. Let's go hit up a dining hall for lunch. You know where one is? Vince asked. Not really, Nick admitted, but I bet we get lucky. 3. Alice saw a pair of boys walking away from the building as she was heading toward it. They took no notice of her, clearly absorbed in their own conversation and playing catch with a pair of dice. Her new roommates, no doubt. Fantastic. At least the one with the brown hair was cute, or would be if he weren't wearing those ridiculous sunglasses in the shade. The other one, though. Who was he trying to impress with that hair? Silver and spiky. Was he trying to flunk the secret identity challenge before the semester even started? None of that was her concern, though. Daddy had been strangely unbending in denying her desire to dorm with the regular supers, saying that she had to stay in the dorm set up for the special cases like herself. She didn't really see why she needed to be in the reinforced building. Her ability was only flying, and she had suffered no uncontrolled attacks for over 2 months now. It was insufferable that she would have to, well, suffer through the group accommodations with a bunch of all-too-recently powereds. Alice didn't want to find camaraderie in their shared former disability. She wanted to forget that part of her life had ever existed. Still, no one could say that Alice Adair didn't make the best of a bad situation. She had taken a guiding hand in the construction of their dormitory, creating an environment that was spacious, desirable, and above all else, elite.
I gotta go pee.
She breezed through the hallway, disregarding the note that hung on the entrance. A quick thumb scan took her to the central common room. She surveyed the work of the decorators critically. Yes, it would do nicely. Now, at least, when the other students asked her why she was in this small dorm set off at the edge of campus, she could humbly explain that it was only available to those of sufficient means to afford such luxury and privacy. It wasn't her ideal situation, but it would work. Alice moved briskly to the girls' side, anxious to get through, lest the last boy be lounging about, hoping to sneak a peek at the other member of the fairer sex that would be sharing his roof space. The girls' side was identical to the boys', save that there were only 2 rooms, numbered 4 and 5 respectively. While group bathrooms were fine for males, Alice had been quite insistent with Daddy that she have her own private bathroom. The fact that this meant her fellow female received one as well was a very distant afterthought. On that note,
Alice realized her other roommate was sitting in one of the plush pink chairs Alice had picked out, watching the television on mute. It seemed to be a game show, and the girl was as silent as the screen, just watching and occasionally cocking her head to a different angle. The girl was wild, seemed to be the word that popped into Alice's head first. Not wild in the sense of tequila, poor decisions, and eventual therapy, but wild in the way of the jungle. Her hair looked as though no one had even entertained the idea of touching it for years, sticking up at all angles willy-nilly.
I'm back.
The girl's clothing was clean at least, though it had the look of something that had been worn for many years. Ironically, Alice's jeans had the same appearance, but hers had achieved the look through corporate innovation and the fashion demands of the public. The most disconcerting thing about the girl, though, her eyes. While Alice had always considered her own green eyes, especially when paired with her platinum blonde hair, to be rather stunning, they held no candle to the amber irises that encircled this girl's pupils. Ahem, Alice said, in her best impersonation of a throat clearing. Good afternoon. I take it that you are my dorm mate? The girl swiveled her head toward Alice in a motion that seemed more owl or hawk-like than human. She blinked those round amber eyes twice, then gave an oddly shaped grin. Snuck up on me, she said. Oh, well, I do apologize, Alice said formally. Just because the girl seemed uncouth didn't mean Alice could allow her own standards to lapse. Don't apologize, said the girl. I just keep forgetting people can do that now. A pleasant surprise every time. All right then, Alice said, shifting on her feet uncomfortably. She knew everyone staying here had an ability, but she had been unable to wheedle Daddy into telling her precisely what to expect. My name is Alice. What do you go by? The girl blinked oddly once more, then cocked her head before answering. Haven't had any need to go by anything in a long time. My given name is Mary, though it might take a few tries to get my attention with it. As I said, out of practice. I think Mary is a lovely name, Alice said politely. In truth, she didn't care one way or the other, but since she couldn't very well go around referring to the girl as Freak Eyes all year, at least not out loud, Mary worked fine for her. I'll do my best to remember it's mine, said the girl who was apparently Mary, turning her head back to the television and watching her show. You don't mind me asking, why are you watching that on mute? Alice inquired. I used to always watch television like this, Mary replied, without turning around. I learned to read their lips. That way, if I wanted silence, all I had to do was shut my eyes. It was the only thing in my life where I could actually turn the voices off. I relished it. I guess old habits die hard. Well, I see, Alice said quickly, eyeing room number 4 and edging her way toward it. Well, I'll leave you to that then. See you tonight at the meeting. With those words, Alice jammed her thumb on her door scanner and popped it open. She slammed the door immediately after and rested against her wall. Strange how uncomfortable that girl had made her. How it felt like, despite being so disconnected, Mary was looking right through her with those bright amber eyes. Alice had grown up wealthy and aristocratic, and if there was one thing she could not stand, it was the sensation that someone knew what she was really thinking. Outside Alice's door, Mary sat in the chair, eyes still trained on her game show. Girl is more perceptive than she thinks, Mary whispered to a small stuffed bear that sat between her leg and the armrest of the chair. 4. See? I told you we'd get lucky, Nick gloated as he munched on a thick hamburger. We didn't get lucky, Vince corrected. We got lost for half an hour until I went into a building and asked for directions. And wasn't it lucky I brought along a guy with no masculinity issues to ask for directions? Nick pointed out. I think you're stretching on this one, Vince replied, picking at the basket of chicken fingers. Being a wanderer had given him a pretty ironclad stomach when it came to grease and taste, but he'd also always had to subsist on whatever was available at the time. As a result, he had a small appetite and an equally small percentage of body fat. He reflected ruefully that if he just had some muscle on his wiry frame, it would have been very pronounced. I might be, Nick admitted. But then again, you haven't even told me what you can do. Who knows if you're fit to judge the skills of others? Shh. Vince hushed it quickly. Public. You know we can't talk about that kind of stuff. Oh, please, Nick said, taking another bite of his burger and then guzzling down soda. We're one of only 5 colleges in the nation that offer certification for supers to become the government-approved responders known as heroes. I'm sure like everyone in this cafeteria is a damn super in disguise. The young men paused for a moment and looked around. Besides themselves, there was a small group of ladies halfway across the dining hall, and a large table of boys and girls clear on the other end. There were also a few tables where, like Vince and Nick, only 1 or 2 occupants sat. No one in the room looked particularly super, or even interesting for that matter, except for the girl with short, pink and black hair sitting with her friend. Vince did notice her as he did his visual sweep. Even without the colored hair, something about her stood out. Okay, maybe half the people, Nick conceded as he finished looking around. According to the doctors who told me about this place, less than half of 1% of the student population is enrolled in the Hero Certification Program, Vince informed him. The odds are pretty good you and I are the only people with abilities here. Nick let out a low whistle. Less than half of 1%? It seems really low. Vince shrugged. There are a lot more humans than supers. Even if this is only one of 5 schools, Ender is still a big university. A lot of people are going to come here wanting a run-of-the-mill education. Poor bastards, Nick said, shaking his head. All kinds of awesome stuff going on around them, and they have no clue about it. You better not, Vince said. I heard that keeping your abilities a secret is like half of your grade. They say if you're found out, you have to do some kind of awful makeup courses to graduate. And that's only an option if you're at the top of the class. Vince unthinkingly ran his hands through his hair. At least the campus was full of enough people with their own strange features that he might have half a chance of blending in. Don't worry about the do, Nick told him. I didn't think it meant anything significant. I already knew you had some sort of power when we met. Of course, still don't know what the damn thing is. But hey, that's what friendships are built around, right? Secrets and mysteries. You're something of a drama queen, aren't you? Vince asked. Dagger straight into my heart, Nick said, grasping his chest and leaning back in his chair. His breathing became labored, and his hands slumped to the sides. He was dead. His life ended before its prime by the harsh words of someone he had thought of as a fast-growing friend. Hark! One of his hands lifted, oh so slowly, making its way to the table and grappling the hamburger before raising it triumphantly to his open and waiting mouth. I don't even want to know what's going on in your head right now, Vince said to his slumped-back friend. Good call, Nick assured him. Vince sighed and pushed away his now forgotten chicken strips. Nick was loud, indiscreet as could be, and showy every chance he got. But he was also the only person to try to be Vince's friend in years, and he knew what it had been like for Vince before. Those two qualities alone made him someone Vince knew he'd need to keep around. "Get a book of matches and meet me back at the dorm," Vince told Nick. His words seemed to bring some life back into Nick's hamburger-munching corpse. "You're supposed to wait until midterms before you go all pyro on shit," Nick chided him. "I'm not going pyro, Look, you said you wanted to know what I can do, right?" Vince asked him. "Why, yes, I do," Nick said with a series of enthusiastic nods. "Get a book of matches and meet me in the dorm," Vince repeated, pulling up the remainder of his food and walking away from the table. He dumped his refuse in the bin and made his way to the exit. He was relatively certain it would take Nick at least a few minutes to find some matches, plus a few extra to finish his burger. Vince was counting on those precious extra moments, because he was going to try and do something with his power. He needed to get prepared and focus. And, just to be on the safe side, pray. 5. Vince had been in his room for only a few minutes when he heard a knocking at the door. "Wait, is that fast?" Vince muttered to himself as he hopped up from his bed and opened the door. As it turned out, yes, there was a way that Nick was that fast. "Hey, I got Manfred," Nick mumbled through a mouthful of burger. In all of the scenarios that had run through Vince's head of how Nick would finish his meal and get matches, the possibility of Nick's curiosity overwhelming his desire to eat while stationary was one that had not occurred. "How did you find matches so quickly?" Vince asked as he gestured for Nick to sit in the computer chair again. Mercifully, this time, Nick swallowed the food in his mouth before answering. "They were lying on the ground by the door when I left the dining hall," Nick explained. "Let me guess. You used your power?" Vince asked rhetorically. "Sure did," Nick replied with a grin. "I wanted to get this show on the road." "Fantastic," Vince said dejectedly. "Just what I needed." "Okay, see, now I'm confused. You're the one who volunteered to show me what you can do. What's the problem?" Nick asked. I guess it's nothing, really. I just get nervous about using my ability," Vince admitted. "Still? Didn't you go through the 2 months of therapy to get used to controlling it?" Nick took another bite of burger after his question, clearly banking on Vince to do some explaining. "Yes, and I can control it. Mostly. It's just there are some aspects to it I'm still working on. Look, it should be fine. If we use matches, then everything will be okay," Vince said, reassuringly, though he never could have admitted who he actually was trying to reassure. "Sweet," Nick said as he polished off his lunch. "So what do I do?" "Just face me and light a match, then hold it up in front of you," Vince said. He sat down on the edge of the bed so that he was only a few feet from Nick. "Can do," Nick said, pulling a book of matches from his pocket and carefully extracting one from the end. Vince noticed the matchbook had a few missing from it already. It was a pretty decent guess that Nick had focused his luck. Some poor smoker had dropped their matches without noticing. Much as he was hesitant to view luck as an ability, Vince had to admit it definitely had its uses. Meanwhile, Nick had plucked his match and was trying to light it with all the skill of a drunken hobo. On his 4th try, he finally got the match head to ignite, and was so surprised he nearly dropped the small flame onto Vince's carpet. He was able to keep his hold, though, and slowly moved the burning match so it was directly between himself and Vince. Vince's eyes were locked on the flame, focusing on it with all of his concentration. ever so gently, Vince raised his hand and opened it so that his palm was level with the match. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, the flame began to lean toward Vince's palm. A moment later, there was a small burst of heat, and Nick was pinching only a tiny piece of ash between his fingers. "Whoa," Nick exclaimed. "What did you do?" "I absorbed the energy of the flame," Vince explained. "That's my ability. I can absorb energy and store it for later." "What do you mean, for later?" Nick said, already pulling another match from the book. In response, Vince held up the index finger on his right hand. A small flame appeared at the tip of his finger, a flame about the same size and intensity as the one he had just vanquished. It burned for almost 10 seconds, then vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. "I can use the energy I absorb anytime I want," Vince continued once his finger was out. "I can use it slowly, like I did just now, or release it in controlled bursts. In this case, it would have made a tiny fireball. I don't have the ability to extend or increase it, though. However much energy I have absorbed is what I have to work with." "Awesome," Nick said, nodding his head. "Now do this one." Vince sighed, but he couldn't deny this was good practice, so he accommodated his dorm mate's demands for entertainment and absorbed the rest of the matches one by one. "I have another question for you," Nick said, as Vince snuffed out the final match from the book. "Shoot," Vince replied.
Am the Lord
His mind
of
had wandered
Darkness.
off near the end of their practice session, focusing instead on how the aching weariness he had been fending off seemed to be decreasing a bit in his absorbing hand. He wondered if using a part of his body as an absorption point had pain-fighting properties. "I get that you absorb the flame as it exists, but why is it every time you use your power I wind up holding nothing but a fleck of ash? Does stealing the energy destroy the matchstick?" Nick was poking at the small piece of ash Vince's last absorption had left on his fingernail. "Yes and no," Vince said, turning his attention back to his dorm mate. "Remember when I said I was still getting the hang of some stuff? Well, that's what I meant. See, I don't just absorb the existing energy, I absorb the potential energy as well. At least I do if I don't sever the connection." "Yeah, I've really got no idea what you're talking about," Nick said, flicking off the piece of ash and checking the matchbook to see if he had missed any. "Okay, how to explain this? Look, let's pretend that you have another match and you light it, okay?" Vince said. "Sure, why not?" Nick agreed. "Now, if you leave the match be, the fire will eventually consume all of the wood," Vince said. "However, if you were to lick your fingers and put it out halfway through, then you would still have some of the matchstick left. With me so far?" "Mostly," Nick said. "Good," Vince said, choosing to plow ahead and hope for the best. "Well, obviously, the match that is allowed to burn all the way down produces more fire and therefore more energy. See, that's why the match disintegrates in your hand. When I steal the energy of the flame, I don't just take all the energy that's there, I also take all of the energy that has the potential to be there." "I don't suppose you could break that down a little easier, could you?" Nick asked, pulling out his dice and fiddling with them. Vince took a deep breath and tried to hold his patience. This could be a confusing concept if someone wasn't used to it. Vince needed to keep that in the front of his mind. "Think of it like this," Vince tried again. "There is only ash in your hand because, in the fraction of a second where I begin drawing on the energy of the match, the whole thing burns up in a flash and is taken into my body. That makes sense?" "Actually, yeah," Nick said. "But if it burns all at once, then why aren't my fingers singed? I mean, if I'm holding it and it burns, it should hurt." "You're not totally wrong," Vince said. "Normally that would still burn you. But heat is a form of energy,
and I'm taking everything the match has to give. So while it might flash burn in your fingers, all of the heat flows into me. Dude, Nick said. I get it. Your power is fucking complicated. This from the guy whose ability works on quantum probabilities, Vince pointed out. I don't know what you're talking about, Nick said. I just control luck. Nothing complicated about that. Right, Vince said sarcastically. Nothing complicated at all. 6. Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport sat at a small cafe in Paris, sipping their respective coffees. They had been saddled with a busy day so far. However, they were provided with a nice gap at lunchtime. So Mr. Transport had suggested they adjourn to one of their favorite dining establishments. Mr. Numbers had concurred, and they had left the sweltering plains of Africa for a more tranquil and enjoyable environment in which to dine. As was their custom, they were reviewing the particulars of their next assignment before departing. Mr. Transport had been somewhat surprised to see that it was classified as long-term. Those assignments were quite rare, given his and Mr. Numbers' capabilities for handling things in a prompt and efficient manner. The deeper he read into the dossier, though, the more concerned Mr. Transport grew. Mr. Numbers, Mr. Transport ventured tentatively. Yes, Mr. Transport? Mr. Numbers replied, without looking up from his own copy of the assignment file. Do you feel that perhaps there was a misfile, and we were given someone else's assignment? Mr. Transport asked, trying desperately to keep any hope out of his voice. It was very bad for one's job and health to be heard questioning the wisdom of the company they worked for. The possibility crossed my mind, Mr. Numbers admitted. However, if you read on, you will see certain accommodations at the target's place of employment have been made specifically for us. It even references us by name several times. Mr. Transport flipped a few pages ahead, and sure enough, Mr. Numbers had been correct. Very well, Mr. Transport said carefully. Just wanted to be certain we were deployed to the right area. Quite understandable, Mr. Numbers agreed. It would be irresponsible of us as agents to allow time and resources to be wasted on a clerical error. Since that is not the case, though, it seems we have a few more hours until we begin our new assignment. That it does. Perhaps we should use that time to pack and prepare, so we are properly equipped for the full term of the assignment, Mr. Transport suggested. Excellent idea, said Mr. Numbers. Would you mind depositing me first, then swinging back by in an hour or so to pick me up? Not at all, assured Mr. Transport. He reached into his wallet and pulled out a few bills. Mr. Transport kept a variety of currency for almost every country in the world available at his apartment. It was much faster than trying to haggle or work out an exchange rate every time. Plus, it allowed him and his partner to stay in the background, the area in which they were most comfortable. Mr. Transport set the money on the table, careful to tip generously. A moment later, he and Mr. Numbers were gone. Across the cafe, an elderly gentleman glanced at their table and noticed their absence. He nonchalantly folded his paper, set some money on his own table, and headed off to make a phone call. The elderly gentleman did not tip nearly as well as Mr. Transport. Several thousand miles away, in the middle of the Arctic tundra, Mr. Transport and Mr. Numbers reappeared. Both began shivering almost immediately. How long? Mr. Transport asked, willing his teeth to keep from chattering. 3 minutes, 14 seconds until health problems begin to set in,
Mr. Numbers replied automatically, as he felt the temperature around him, tested the speed of the wind, and added in the meager protection his black suit offered him. "Watch is set for 3 minutes," Mr. Transport said, quickly fiddling with the high-priced device on his wrist. Mr. Numbers and Mr. Transport were very careful when they wanted to talk openly. They always selected areas with no possible people to surround them, and abstract locales with ample background noise so that listening devices and GPS would be rendered ineffective. They never used the same place twice, and always kept their conversations under 5 minutes. Say what you will about Mr. Numbers, he was a very calculating man. No pun intended. "Now then, what do you actually make of our new assignment? Are we being punished?"
For what? Mr. Numbers shot back. Our success rate is 98%. We finish our missions in the fastest time of any team, and we have had no recorded insubordination in the history of our career.
"Then what would make them do this to us?" Mr. Transport asked, allowing the uncertainty and fear he had kept hidden away since he saw the document flood into his voice.
We mustn't assume the worst, said Mr. Numbers. Many of the reasons they had for putting us on this job are actually quite sound. Expect me to see any problems coming before they reach a critical point, and you'll be necessary in the event we need to evacuate ourselves and any others involved.
"I don't imagine that's really all there is to it," Mr. Transport said flatly.
Nor do I, said Mr. Numbers. Unfortunately, with the data I have, I don't yet know what the ulterior motive of placing us in this position is. The only option we have is the same one we've always had. Do our jobs. Stick to the books. Give me enough time to see what's happening behind the scenes.
"Think you'll be able to figure it out before we're stuck in whatever trap someone is planning?" Mr. Transport asked.
I always have. Of course, that doesn't mean I always will, but I don't really see any other options available to us, let alone any better ones,
said Mr. Numbers. "Agreed," said Mr. Transport. A loud beeping began emanating from his wrist. Mr. Transport raised his watch and promptly turned it off. Without another word said, he and Mr. Numbers were gone from the sprawling white mounds of snow. They reappeared in the apartment Mr. Numbers was currently renting under the name Mr. Digit. Mr. Transport tipped his head to Mr. Numbers, then vanished to go pack his own bags. Mr. Numbers moved about his home, carefully controlling his movements so as not to show his body's relief at entering the heat by shivering from the residual cold still clinging to him. Instead, he packed up his clothes, which consisted predominantly of suits, gathered his very few personal effects, and then bagged up the remainder of his possessions, which were his toiletries. The room would need to be cleaned of all traces of him, but the company had a department for that. They would also take care of settling up the rent and making sure no one asked questions about Mr. Digit's sudden departure. Mr. Numbers took a moment to go to his window and pull back the thick, black curtain. Looking out, he sighed as his eyes took in the splendor of Rome. From his vantage point, he had an excellent view of the Colosseum. That was why he had chosen this apartment in the first place. Mr. Numbers was not the type to get caught up in sentimentality or nostalgia, but as he sat on his windowsill looking out, he had to admit that he was going to miss this view. He wished he could rent this place again once his assignment was over. However, that was against protocol. Once an agent had left a place, he would never return. Mr. Transport reappeared sometime later, carrying a large brown tweed suitcase and a black duffel bag. As Mr. Transport walked toward the window, Mr. Numbers noticed a slight clinking sound coming from Mr. Transport's bag. Mr. Numbers bit back his desire to chastise Mr. Transport for bringing along alcohol. Given what the duo would soon be doing, there was a very strong possibility that Mr. Numbers would be seeking a nip of the hard stuff himself. Ready? Mr. Transport asked as he reached the window and joined Mr. Numbers.
Of course.
Mr. Numbers replied on cue, holding his own baggage firmly so it wouldn't be left behind. And then the room was empty. Only the slight echo of a voice filled with duty and the warm Roman sunlight left to fill it. 7. The silver-haired boy was fidgeting nervously. Alice noted that in the back of her mind, not particularly intrigued, but not ambivalent either. Every little detail
Oh my
added up to the
God.
sum of who a person was, and that was information worth having if she was going to be
I can't
dealing
hear
with
the
these people
skill
on a
check
regular basis.
notification.
The 5 students were assembled in the central common room, scattered among various seats. Mary was off to the side on her own, save for the stuffed bear she kept perched carefully in her lap. Alice had been tempted to ask why Mary had a stuffed animal, but the moment she had looked into those amber eyes, all desire had melted away in the face of the overwhelming certainty that talking to Mary was a bad idea. The boys were clustered together for the most part. Silver hair and sunglasses were lounging on the white couch, with the third boy in the chair to their side. He was a husky one, wearing a shirt that had strangely shaped dice on the front. Alice deduced within a few moments of hearing him speak that the boy was lacking the basic set of social skills. Then again, given who she was surrounded by, she could hardly say that he didn't fit in. Alice herself had taken a center position in the room, eager to appear eager for whatever authority figure Daddy had managed to wrangle into this babysitting job. Alice didn't expect whoever showed up to pose any real problem for her. After all, they would obviously know who her father was, but she still preferred to get her way through charm and cunning rather than threats and force. It was the way a proper lady got things done. As the clock struck 7, a bit too loudly, Alice noted with a grimace, a pair of men appeared in front of the group of students. They were dressed almost the same, save that the shorter of the two wore a tie, while the taller one did not. They wore black suits and white shirts, kept their dark hair trimmed. But while the short one had bright blue eyes, the larger one had muddy brown ones. "Hello, students," said the shorter of the pair. "You may call me Mr. Numbers. My friend, Mr. Transport, and I are here to oversee and assist you in your academic endeavors. Our apartment is what lies behind the steel door in the kitchen. You will not be permitted access. However, an intercom is on the counter next to the pantry for emergency contact. Do we have any questions so far?" Alice glanced around to test the temperature of the room. It seemed everyone but she and Mary were struck dumb by the appearance and promptness of the two men who had materialized in front of them. Alice suppressed the urge to scoff. Of course these poor dregs were surprised. Their only experience with people who had abilities was undoubtedly others like themselves. The sight of someone using precision teleportation would be truly alien to them. Alice wasn't quite sure why Mary wasn't more taken aback, but she readily chalked that up to just another aspect of the girl's strangeness. "I take your silence to mean we are on the same page," Mr. Numbers continued. "Now, I want to be clear here. We've met most of you already when we were selecting people appropriate for the program you all participated in. We were nice and friendly then. We will continue to maintain that same level of friendliness during our tenure as your house administrators. However, please do not misinterpret my good nature as weakness.
Mr. Transport and I are here to enforce the rules, and you will find we are both excellent at our jobs. What rules are you talking about? The question came timidly from the silver-haired boy. A full copy will be issued before the week is over, Mr. Numbers replied. I will touch briefly on the main three, though. First, you are to keep your identities secret at all times. This is a requirement of all those who participate in the Hero Certification Program, or HCP as we call it around here, and it is the duty of the administrators to observe who has broken it, intentionally or otherwise. That will be covered in more depth tomorrow during your first class. Secondly, there is to be no fighting with other supers or with regular humans outside the confines of the classroom. Wait, the silver-haired boy said again. We're going to be fighting in class? Of course, said Mr. Numbers. You are training to be a hero. This means you must learn to fight against time, villains, and environmental conditions to save as many people as possible in any given scenario. Combat training will be a very important part of that. Don't worry, Mr. Transport broke in, speaking for the first time. All fights are strictly monitored, and there is always someone with a healing power on hand to tend to both parties afterward. Mr. Transport is correct, though both he and you could stand to take a course in not interrupting, Mr. Numbers said, staring at the silver-haired boy. Now then, the third rule is the most important for all of you. Your powers must stay within your control at all times. This is a rule specific to your situation, and certainly doesn't need explanation. Be aware that this is the primary reason Mr. Transport and myself were selected for this assignment. Should any of you lose control, we will act quickly and decisively to ensure the safety of those around, while simultaneously shutting down the problematic party. Wait, I thought we all had control of our abilities. That's why they let us enroll here. This time, the speaker was the dark-haired boy wearing sunglasses. Alice noticed he spoke with a strange accent. Not quite northern, but not quite southern either. It seemed to be a hint of dialect from a region all its own. You all do have control of your abilities. Currently, said Mr. Numbers.
Oh.
The procedure you underwent was experimental, though. Those who created an...
I did really, really bad. I couldn't hear the skill check notifications. I had to be staring at the screen to see if I was even getting one. I can't play like that again. Good night, K6. Thank you for hanging out with me here. Probably should get experience.
The weirdest, wildest duo to ever come out of South Africa's underground. They didn't just make music, they were chaotic. They were punk, they were art, they were dangerous. Yolandi with her baby voice and bleach blonde bangs, Ninja with his tattoos and cult leader energy. From viral music videos to festival headlines, the Antwerp built an empire on shock value. They flaunted taboo. They blurred the line between performance and real life until nobody could tell where the act stopped and the truth began. Fans worshipped them for it. The freaky kids who broke every rule. But here's the thing about building your fame on being untouchable and unapologetic. The moment your mask flips, you'll see what was hiding underneath. Behind the neon lights and edgy art were kids, drugs, cult rituals, and a mountain of rumors no one wanted to believe. When the camera stopped rolling, the same people who looked like rebels on stage looked more like predators at home. The same pair who preached freedom were accused of taking it away from the most vulnerable. So how did the Antwerp go from underground icons to facing allegations of child exploitation and twisted control? In this video, we're going deep into the rise and fall of the Antwerp, from I Think You're Freaky to voodoo rituals, leaked videos, stolen childhoods, a cult of personality that protected them for years. This is the story of what happens when your whole image is about having no rules until the world sees what you really did when no one was watching. The Antwerp is a South African music duo made up of Ninja, whose real name is Watson Tudor Jones, and Henri Dutoit, who is known more commonly as Yolandi Visser. They started the group in Cape Town back in 2008, mixing loud hip-hop with hard electronic beats to create what they call rap rave. While the Antwerp became the project that launched them into worldwide fame, Ninja and Yolandi each came from very different beginnings before they joined forces. Ninja spent his early years bouncing through South Africa's underground music scene. He started rapping at just 14, performing in Johannesburg clubs where he stood out for his strange stage presence.
I want. Go out and get it. Indestructible MCs, every rubber team to beat all.
He jumped between different ideas, trying to find his place in music. He fronted a group called Mass Normal, where he mixed hip-hop with a strange corporate twist, stark contrast to his eventual chaotic image with the Antwerp. He also formed the horror-inspired Constructus Corporation, blending music with graphic storytelling. Each project added another piece to his style, pushing him closer to the raw, outrageous energy he would unleash with the Antwerp. Yolandi Visser took a different path. He grew up in Pretoria and first studied fine art. He moved to Cape Town as a young adult and worked as a waitress while moving around the city's small art and culture. He met Jones outside a club and he invited her to record vocals for one of his tracks. From there, he taught her how to rap, and that chance moment turned into a creative and personal partnership. By 2006, they had a daughter together named 16. Before they put on the wild outfits and turned themselves into internet legends, they spent years experimenting. They played with strange ideas, built odd stage characters, and learned what made people stop and look. Their whole image is based on South Africa's Zef counterculture, which takes what some see as cute or trashy style and wears it like a badge of pride. For the Antwerp, Zef isn't just fashion, it's an attitude that says you don't care what anyone thinks, and you'll push it in their face if you have to. The Antwerp's music slams hip-hop together with hard-edged electronic beats, a mashup they've branded as rap rave. Their lyrics are loud, crude, and brag about money, flipping between Afrikaans, English, and sometimes Xhosa. Many see it as part joke, part jab, mocking the music industry, gangster rap cliches, and South Africa's messy racial line. As fast as the music seems, over the years, the N-word has gathered a huge following, with many referring to their style of music as different, a work of art, and many more praises. You would regularly find comments like, "Hooray, welcome back, I believed and waited, I adored you," or "The next generation of music, I love it, push the boundaries, makes you uncomfortable. That is the point, it is true art." The music truly has drawn many into adoration of the duo, but tagging along with the fame are rumors and confessions that have uncomfortably shown that there is a very bad and unadmirable side of the Antwerp. From accusations of homophobia to confessions about how they mistreated their adopted kids, and even assaults against other people, Ninja and Yolandi have been in the spotlight for more than just their very distinct style of music. In no particular order, we're going to take a deep dive into the dark world of Ninja and Yolandi. You might need to brace up, as some of these stories may leave you gobsmacked. Because when it comes to boundaries, the duo seems to not know what that means. In 2019, Gianni released an album titled The Line. One song, however, stood out like a sore thumb. The title, The Question. The song was a straight-to-the-point confrontation of Ninja and Yolandi for evils that she claimed had been carried out against her. At the beginning of the video, there was a direct message for D'Antwerp. "I didn't want to do this, but because you publicly lied to your million followers about me, tried to get me removed from Instagram, and then issued me a cease and desist through your lawyer to take down the song, you have forced my hand. I gave you a chance to come clean and apologize for the... I guess I was right. The question was finally asked." Apparently, before the release of the song, Gianni had tried to get closure from Ninja regarding the events that transpired between them and her not so memorable encounter with the group, but she was met with nonchalance and a lot of disrespect. So she spoke out the one way she knew how best to, through music. What stood out in the videography of this particular track was its unconventional nature. Instead of backup dancers or extras on set, it was just Gianni and a whole lot of messages, receipts about her interactions with Ninja via text, and some of her own anger being poured out. First off, let's backtrack a bit. What happened between D'Antwerp and Gianni that prompted the release of this song? Gianni's story begins like so many do, as a fan pulled into the orbit of her idol. At 19, she and her friends saw D'Antwerp as untouchable icons of rebellion, the strange, edgy band that gave Misfits something raw to hold on to. They weren't just music in Australia back then, they were a marker of underground culture.
What kind of Diane fan were you coming up? Like, were you somebody who they were like the band for you for a period of time? Because I could see the influence. I'm not super educated about them, but I would assume that they were a pretty big influence.
Yeah, in Australia, I think they were like the hot shit. They were like the edgy people.
Definitely edgy.
The friends of them, I love them, they were like stuff. You know what I mean? Like that is pop culture in Australia. I don't think that was when you would ever be as big in the States as they have been in other places. And really like vibe with like I haven't been something else.
So what did you do when you got interested?
D'Antwerp may not have been so big in the US, but they had a good following in Australia. There's a saying or warning that you should never meet your idols in person, but because they may turn out to be way different from what you ever imagined. Well, for Gianni, that became her reality. Admiration crossed into something darker when Yolandi reached out to her directly.
So you become a Diane fan, and then how do you actually start communicating with the fan?
I put all this shit in my life with songs that I put out on YouTube. Basically, if you ask, I'll tell you that I get in these DMs and stuff like sending me really good. But that's why. For Yolandi, towards the end, you can see like connected to me, and I remember things like was yeah. Why did you never see my summer? They're gonna tell you, like I said, another collection or with any like even like relevant artists, music scene or anything like that. It's like a different world.
And it would be useful to state that this interview happened after she released the song and D'Antwoord had also responded to it. Apparently, while trying to clear the air, Ninja had stated that Gianni reached out to him first on Instagram. But she clearly states that it wasn't the case, and with good reason. DMs did not exist as at the time communication started between them, and she also has the evidence to show. Yolandi initiated contact with her after Ninja showed her Gianni's Tumblr page. Not wanting to be the first to reach out, she delegated the responsibility to Yolandi for some reason. This wasn't a case of her chasing clout. For someone who had never met a celebrity before, it felt so real.
I, like, 19 or 20-year-old girl getting messaged by a person that you consider to be, like, ridiculously famous and influential.
Oh, yeah. Like, I was like, I hate saying the same things, but I'll do it like to the point of it. Ninja was like, just not like, I guess that was like his way of like breaking my ego and making me feel like. So they asked now, Yolandi's like, we must talk, like you're like so cool. And like we never now she's like, Ninja showed me your blog, like going to school, and I just I want to my youth is gonna be so
That eventually, after Yolandi had established contact, Ninja followed up. For a duo that rose to the top together, there is a subtle power dynamic here that just can't be missed. And it also plays out in another horrible that gets you in a fit. Ninja is the big boss, and Yolandi is the puppet that does her master's bidding.
involved, right? About like pulling
He referred to Yolandi as his little sister, which is odd seeing that they had a daughter together. As much as people get separated and relationships end, there really is no reason to refer to someone they once had a physical relationship with as their little sister or little brother. Honestly, that should have been all the red flags Gianni needed to see, but being starstruck is no easy thing to shake off. The contact turned into constant attention. Ninja didn't just message once or twice, he flooded her with messages every day, calling her his witch, his niece.
He was like, why did you come today? From day one. If I got everything to this, and it's full love bomb. And you could have
For someone who used his partner to initiate contact, Ninja started showing his true intent too fast, and honestly, with a disturbing level of intensity. He knew his position in this budding relationship. He was the star, and she was the fan who was amazed at the fact that her music hero had contacted her. She admits the fact that she did not have the time to process all of it.
I felt like I was from like start to finish. Like I never got a chance to like get perspective. All my friends around me like young, fans as well. So everyone was just like, whoa! No one had it was like, let's like take a step back and let's like have a talk about this. Like what's going on? Everyone was just like, so I don't know. Like everyone's so like, ooh, the red flag, like that. But think about like your favorite, you know, like and imagine if like that just happened. Really, like they climb out. Just when you go, I want to look for it. It was like that, and it was intense, and I never got.
Each line made her feel chosen and special. All of it built a trap she couldn't see until it snapped. The opening lyrics to her song, The Question, also point to the fact that Ninja really bothered her up, but it was all a plan of it. couple of screenshots from their conversations, and they're honestly very disturbing. These are messages from a grown man with a daughter at the time to a girl who was only 19 years old. Here he talks about his sexual desires and how he wants to be with her. It clearly starts out as a one-sided thing, but he tries to get her into the mood of all the craziness he was bringing, telling her not to be shy with him, clearly using his position to manipulate her. He says, "You are completely in control, Ninja. I'm your own little doll." That definitely was what he wanted, that feeling of domination. The next question was even more disturbing. "Do you like it that I'm actually your dad?" Honestly, Ninja gave her enough reasons to cut communication and run very fast, but she didn't. She very well knew she wouldn't. In her song, she also mentioned something similar to this behavior. "You said you picked me because I looked like your daughter, 16. You're disgusting. That's fine. What would you do if you were adopted and you found out that I got a chick pregnant when I was 17 or something?"
That was boring. What?
Yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. Or like Vince gurgling, I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had like multiple complaints was El Camino, and that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway, though, enough Gilligan glaze here. Let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of course, I didn't get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... Now we're getting into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept. And Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that. But she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors who just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, it's a huge twerp, basically talking to a Redditor 24/7, but it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol is pushing them to their limits. What if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? Now, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets. It's a very nice puppet. The show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how tight the writing is with his characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something dark, a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's shit, pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as evil bad guys, even though they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled, and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the Hiveline, they have really strong arguments for why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, they can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept, because it is a bad thing. All the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So if one of the survivors, one of them we see, asks them hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what it's done to them. Even Carol does some really, have things to them that you would think they'd want to, strike back or, stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they, separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her and make her happy. It's just so, I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about, like, oh, maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier, named Medusa, who is a great fucking character. This guy is like, from the second this happens, he's immediately, nose in the books, trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He's just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like an impossible task. Yet, there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and the Usos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little bit. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. A lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it because they are extremely nice. And none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as like the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So like, then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be like inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? Like, it is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Medusa's character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Medusa's is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. Medusa's completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which you could do with the others even offering to him, saying like, hey, you can get there in a couple hours. He's like, nope. You can go hit rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big point. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, Josia from the hive mind, and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else until Medusos gets there, and then we can see Medusos interact with the hive mind. But again, hive mind is one character. So instead of in Breaking Bad or something where there's a big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Medusos and Carol, there's only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the
Is there some reason that every time I tried to heal Laura through that whole game, and she wanted me to heal her, she was asking me to, but every time I did, she kept, like, inching away from me to make it take longer and longer and like, why the fuck was she doing that? I wanted to go save Michaela, but I needed to fucking ditch Laura so goddamn bad. Like, what the fuck? Is there a reason for that? Because she's not a retard, so, like, what am I not understanding? Why do we need me healing her to take as long as fucking possible? I don't get it. I guess I could have fucking asked her, but I don't want to hear what she has to say. That just is so fucking annoying. People do that shit all the time. Like, ask me to heal them, like, fucking get down, and then like, no, heal me, no, heal me, no. Like, why? What the fuck? Yeah, I've done that to people a couple of times, but only when they were fucking up so goddamn bad, and I was, like, trying to get them to miss a skill check so the killer would come running. Is that what she was trying to do? Hate them a lot. Kitty video.
Over the last couple of weeks, warning you about Netflix's.
What about?
I hate playing other people's games.
No, what? Did I? Open. Right, so, there's 3 more episodes of Stranger Things. I And it. Okay. Seeing everybody not fuck with generators, just like, I know they've been doing them too, but like, bitch, hey. Well, you're gonna heal me right here now, cause you're a fucking dumb cunt. To go down that fast. Fuck. Well, that guy was fun. Alright, that was a nice friendly one. I mean, you know, friendly one where we're actively being murdered. So I think it's a good time to stop. Be up all night. I have tomorrow off. I don't think anyone's right now, but that's okay. I have tomorrow off, so I don't know if I'm gonna play this or if I'm just gonna fuck around and clean my house or if I'm gonna play Tomb Raider. Really want to play Tomb Raider, but I also really want to take a break. I don't know. I'll figure it out. What is Good night.